Item 1. Japan's largest sword. Source: Nippon. Japan's largest bronze mirror and snake sword unearthed from Tomio Maruyama tumulus in Nara. The Nara City Board of Education and the Nara Prefectural Kashihara Institute of Archaeology announced on the 25th that they had discovered no traces of the burial facilities from the Tomio Maruyama tumulus, the second half of the 4th century, about 109 meters in diameter, the largest round tomb in Japan, located in Nara City. The precedent shield-shaped bronze mirror, dimension about 1,700 square centimeters, and the snake sword, 2.3 meters long, 6 centimeters wide. The two are respectively the largest bronze mirror and the snake sword unearthed in China, and the snake sword is said to be the largest iron sword in East Asia during the same period. Kozaku Okabayashi, deputy director of the Prefectural Kashihara Institute of Archaeology, commented at a press conference, "This shows that the technology of the Kofun period is beyond imagination, and it is the highest masterpiece of metal crafts of the same period." Shield-shaped mirrors do not exist in Japan. The two unearthed objects are epoch-making discoveries in the history of ancient tomb research and can be called national treasures. The pattern surface of the mirror contains the design of two domestic dragon mirrors, so it is named the shield-shaped bronze mirror with dragon pattern. Turtles are imaginary monsters. The bronze mirror is 64 centimeters long, 31 centimeters wide at its widest point, and weighs about 5.7 kilograms. Patterns also include zigzag patterns and triple circular patterns. Source: Free Times. Japan's largest snake sword. National treasure unearthed in Nara. The Nara City Board of Education and the Nara Prefectural Kashihara Institute of Archaeology announced on the 25th that the country's first shield-shaped bronze mirror and snake sword were discovered in Japan's largest round tomb Tomio Maruyama tumulus in Nara City. Both were unearthed in the country. The largest bronze mirror and snake sword, and the snake sword is said to be the largest iron sword in East Asia during the same period. According to Kyodo News, the Tomio Maruyama tumulus is a burial facility with a diameter of 109 meters in the second half of the 4th century. Here, a shield-shaped bronze mirror and a 2.3-meter-long snake sword were first discovered. The largest bronze mirror and snake sword unearthed in China. The snake sword is said to be the largest iron sword in East Asia during the same period. The technology of the Kofun period is beyond the imagination of our modern people. This is definitely the highest masterpiece of metal crafts of the same period. Kozaku Okabayashi, deputy director of the Prefectural Kashihara Archaeological Research Institute, said at a press conference that this shield-shaped mirror is and there is no precedent for excavating in Japan. The two unearthed objects can be regarded as epoch-making discoveries in the history of ancient tomb research and are classified as national treasures. The pattern of this mirror contains the design of two domestic dragon mirrors, so it is named the shield-shaped bronze mirror with dragon pattern. Turtles are imaginary monsters. This bronze mirror weighs approximately 5.7 kilograms. Patterns also include zigzag patterns and triple circular patterns. Source: China Times News Network. A giant's artifact? 2.3 m snake sword unearthed in Japan, National Treasure Level Cultural Relic exposed. A Japanese archaeological team recently unearthed Japan's first shield-shaped bronze mirror and snake sword at the Tomio Maruyama tumulus in Nara City. The bronze mirror is engraved with totems of mythical beasts, and the snake sword is 2.3 meters long, making it the largest in East Asia during the same period. The iron sword can be described as a national treasure. Many netizens exclaimed, "Did a giant hold it at 2.3 meters? Ordinary people can't lift it." According to the Asahi Shimbun report, Japan's largest round tomb Tomio Maruyama tumulus is located in Nara City. It is a mausoleum from the second half of the 4th century. The Nara Prefectural Kashihara Archaeological Research Institute recently excavated the ancient tomb and unearthed a shield-shaped tomb for the first time. The bronze mirror and the 2.3-meter snake sword are said to be made in Japan. The snake sword was the largest iron sword in East Asia at the same time. The shield-shaped bronze mirror is made of bronze, with a length of 64 cm, a maximum width of 31 cm, and a maximum thickness of 0.5 cm. The bronze mirror is engraved with circular totems of mythical animals. The blade of the snake sword is winding and extremely long, which makes Nara staff from the prefectural Kashihara Archaeological Research Institute were surprised and said, "This sword is very long and uses advanced iron manufacturing technology." They think the sword is too long and not practical. It is currently speculated that the bronze mirror and the sword are ancient something to ward off evil. Kozaku Okabayashi, deputy director of the Nara Prefecture Kashihara Institute of Archaeology, said that this shield-shaped bronze mirror has never been unearthed in Japan, and both the bronze mirror and the long sword are the largest antiquities discovered in Japan so far, and can be said to be a national treasure. It embodies the unimaginable technology of the tumulus period. It is the highest masterpiece of metal crafts from the same period, and two of them were unearthed at the same time. I was very surprised. Source: Yahoo News. Weapons for giants. The largest snake sword unearthed in the sun is 2.3 meters long. An archaeological team in Nara City, Japan recently discovered Japan's first shield-shaped bronze mirror and a snake sword in the Tomio Maruyama tumulus, known as the largest round tomb. The snake sword is 2.3 meters long, which is the first in East Asia during the same period. The largest iron sword, the two were ranked as the largest bronze mirror and snake sword unearthed in Japan, sparking heated discussions. According to Japan's Kyodo News report, the Tomio Maruyama tumulus is 109 meters in diameter and is the largest circular tumulus in Japan. It was built in the second half of the 4th century, and on the 25th, the Nara City Education Bureau, the committee and the Nara Prefectural Kashihara Institute of Archaeology announced that a shield-shaped bronze mirror and a 2.3-meter-long snake sword were found there. Judging from their appearance, they were all made by Japanese craftsmen. This shield-shaped bronze mirror is 64 centimeters long, 31 centimeters wide at its widest, 0.5 centimeters thick at its thickest, and weighs about 5.7 kilograms. The bronze mirror is engraved with mythical animals, zigzag patterns, and various patterns. It is a unique bronze mirror. As for the snake sword, the blade is curved, with traces of machinery remaining on the handle. The size is quite large, a full 2.3 meters long, and researchers said that the sword was made using quite advanced iron technology. Due to the sword's the length is too long, and it is too difficult for ordinary people to use it for self-defense. Therefore, experts speculate that it should be used to ward off evil spirits. In addition, regarding the discovery of these two antiquities, Deputy Director of the Nara Prefecture Kashihara Institute of Archaeology, Kozaku Okabayashi, said that whether it is a shield-shaped mirror or a snake-shaped sword, both are the largest antiquities discovered in Japan so far, and he believes that they are national treasures, supercultural relic. He exclaimed, "The technology of the Kofun period has completely surpassed the imagination of our modern people. It is definitely the highest masterpiece of metal crafts of the same period, and two pieces appeared at the same time, which surprised me very much." Item 2. Tomio Maruyama tumulus. Source: ChatGPT. Tomio Maruyama tumulus is an ancient tomb located in Kashihara City, Nara Prefecture, Japan. This ancient tomb was probably built around the 7th to 8th century as a burial ground for ancient nobles or royal families. The Tomio Maruyama tumulus is approximately 118 meters long and has a round back diameter of approximately 30 meters. It is one of the larger tumuli. In addition, there is a shield-shaped earth embankment around the rear round part, giving the entire tumulus the characteristics of a round tomb. Ancillary burial objects such as swords, iron ornaments, earthenware, glass beads, etc. were unearthed from this ancient tomb, providing a precious source of information for understanding the society and culture of the time. The Tomio Maruyama tumulus is open to the public due to its historical and archaeological value and is visited by local residents and tourists. Item 3. Miyake Maru. Source: Mennyangpedia. The author of the Otaki sword made during the southern and northern dynasties is unknown. The sword is 7 feet and 1/2 inches long. It is equipped with a Japanese sword made of oregano and a Hirudo scroll. The name Nini Kiri comes from the fact that it once defeated a monster named Nini. A Shao made, Ando, Ojiri Shao. The blade has a large curvature, the blade is extremely long, about 3 meters in total length, and the blade is also very thick, weighing 24 kilograms. It is known as the largest tachi in Japan, and is now stored in Nikko Futurayama Shrine. No one knows what happened after it was created during the northern and southern dynasties, and the time when it was enshrined in Futurayama Shrine cannot be verified. It has been kept by the shrine to this day. It is said that a long time ago, there lived an insect monster named Nun in Nikko's Mingju mountain, which troubled the people very much. At this time, this sword flew out from the worship hall of Futuraisen Shrine, chasing the insect monster, and crossed on the other side of the Otani River. Nini ran towards the valley, and finally forced him to behead him in front of the Futurayama Shrine. It is said that from then on, he had the name Nane Kirimaru. At Nikko Futuraisen Shrine, during the Yayoi festival held from April 13 to 17 every year, people decorate the shrine's 2 tachi swords and nijiri balls with deerskin and offer them to the mountain god. In June of the 42nd year of Showa, 1967, Nejiri Maru was designated as an important cultural property by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology. Item 4. Demon Sword Muramasa. Source: ChatGPT. The demon sword Muramasa is a legendary Japanese sword. It is known for its mystical and supernatural abilities and is believed to be a sword with a soul. The following are some legends and related information about demon sword Muramasa. Origin of the legend. The legend of demon sword Muramasa originated from the Warring States period, approximately 15th to 17th century, in Japanese history, but there are many versions of specific stories about it. Muramasa's characteristics. According to legend, the demon sword Muramasa has autonomous consciousness, can control its holder, and will act to achieve certain goals. Sometimes even described as being able to fly and attack on their own. Soul attachment. Legend has it that the demon sword Muramasa's blade may have some kind of monster soul or supernatural power attached to it, giving it extraordinary abilities. Muramasa in history. Historically, Muramasa was also the name of a Japanese swordsmith. The famous swordsmith Sozaburo Kunishige, also known as Masamune, was considered an outstanding swordsmith and his work was called Masamune or Muramasa. However, there are no supernatural powers in his creation, it is just a story element in the legend. Cultural impact. Muramasa the demon sword has become an important legend in Japanese culture and often appears in literature, movies, animations, and other works. It should be noted that the demon sword Muramasa is just a legend, and the specific story version may differ depending on the region and era. This kind of story reflects the special worship of swords and belief in supernatural powers in Japanese culture. Source: Wikipedia. Murata is the name of a family of swordsmiths in Kuwana, Ise Province, now Kuwana City, Mie Prefecture, and is also the name of the Japanese swords they made. Also known as Senko Muramasa. At that time, the swords made by the Muramasa family were all called Muramasa. Later, due to historical reasons, some Japanese swords named Muramasa also appeared. From the Muromachi period to the early Edo period, the Muramasa clan in the Ise Kuwana area was a famous swordsmith, and they made many types of swords, from short swords to spears. The knives it casts are of better quality and are all named after Muramasa. Muramasa's first name was Zaman Captain. The earliest Muramasa sword currently made by him was made in the first year of Bungame, 1501. This sword also has the words Shokuwanage Captain Fujiwara Muramasa. The long inscription. Among the existing Muramasa swords, the most famous one is called Myaho Muramasa. This sword has a dragon engraved on the blade, and the part inserted into the scabbard is engraved with the words Myaho Renge Sutra. From this, it can be inferred that Muramasa and the Nichiren sect may have a deep connection. This sword was cast in the 10th year of Esho, 1513, and is probably the work of the third generation Muramasa. When the Tokugawa family still used the surname Matsudaira in the Mikawa area, Tokugawa Ieyasu's grandfather, Matsudaira Kiyoyazu, was killed by his retainer Abe-Yashichiro with the Muramasa sword Senko during a battle with the Oda family at the end of the 4th year of Tenman, 1535. Muramasa was hacked to death. According to legend, it was cut from the right shoulder to the left abdomen. Tokugawa Ieyasu's father, Matsudaira Hirotada, was suddenly assassinated by his close minister Iwamatsu Ieya in the 14th year of Tenman, 1545. Coincidentally, the sword held by Iwamatsu was also made by Muramasa. Ieyasu's legitimate son, Nobuyasu, was suspected by Oda Nobunaga of colluding with the Takeda family and committed seppuku. The knife used for seppuku was Shimuramasa. Tokugawa Ieyasu's finger was cut off by a gun made by Muramasa during the Sekigahara War. The various experiences of the Tokugawa family led Ieyasu to order the weapons made by Muramasa to be abolished and banned from use, because Tokugawa Ieyasu believed that the weapons made by Muramasa were detrimental to the Tokugawa family, and believed that the weapons made by Muramasa were a curse on the Tokugawa family. The Kawa family, and the military commanders of this period, were quite superstitious about this curse, so Muramasa's sword was called the Muramasa Demon Sword. Because the weapons made by Muramasa are still good works, some people renamed the Muramasa they held as Masamune or Masahiro, or deleted the Muramasa name and continued to wear them, but it was still illegal at the time. The daimyo Masanori Fukushima and Yukimura Sanada, who were opposed to the Tokugawa shogunate, paid special attention to Muramasa and secretly collected it with the idea of overthrowing the shogunate. During the end of the Tokugawa period, the term the demon sword that troubled the Tokugawa family was used by those who fell against the Tokugawa family. They engraved the sword inscription Muramasa on their own swords. The more famous one was Sanjo Sanamai, a member of the overthrown shogunate who came from Dazaifu. The Muramasa dagger was enshrined in Tenmangu Shrine when praying for the fall of the curtain. Seigo Takamori also has legends about using the Muramasa dagger and the iron fan to protect himself. In fact, in terms of the quality of the weapons alone, Muramasa's knives are extremely sharp and light in weight, making them top-notch knives. If we look at the information recorded in historical facts, the geographical location of Ise country, now Mie Prefecture, where the Muramasa sword was produced, and Mikawa country, where the Tokugawa family is located, are very close, and at that time the surrounding area was very close to Muramasa. There is no other famous sword, so many people use the Muramasa sword, including the Tokugawa family. This explains why the Tokugawa family is often injured by Muramasa. Therefore, according to the current point of view, the weapons made by Muramasa are the Tokugawa family has a high rate of murders, which is actually quite normal. There are more and more strange stories about Muramasa that have nothing to do with the Tokugawa family. Our current impression of Muramasa as a demon sword was established at that time. It is impossible to verify whether the people at that time believed it or how widespread it was. However, incidents in which Muramasa was the source of evil had already occurred in the Edo period. Many book records. According to records that cannot be verified at the time, a samurai named Matsudaira Geiki fell into madness, killed his friends and then committed suicide. What he uses is the Muramasa sword without a name engraved on it. From Half-Day Gossip. A knife dealer got a Muramasa sword. He erased Muramasa's name and engraved Masamune's name on it, but for some reason he killed his wife with this sword. From Odysseist. There was a thief who stole the Muramasa that had been passed down from generation to generation in a certain family, and then accidentally cut off his wrist with a knife. From Fukui Prefecture Folklore. Before the war, Kotaro Honda, a doctor of engineering at Tohoku University, had a cutting sharpness measuring instrument for making knives. Everyone thought it would be interesting to use it to measure famous knives of ancient and modern times. However, Only for the sword called Demon Sword Muramasa, the data obtained from each measurement is not fixed. The science magazine Newton published this short story. From this incident, Mr. Honda became a topic of conversation in the laboratory. This is the real Muramasa, the teacher made this joke. Village, in Japanese has the same pronunciation as Madara, meaning changeable, uncertain. As the representative of Japanese demon swords, Muramasa's image was cultivated by the public, and later the form of Murasame was derived. Murasame appears in The Legend of the Eight Dogs Nanzong Satomi by Machin Kyuding. When this knife is pulled out to kill, there will be dew on the blade with murderous intent. After beheading someone, water will flow from the blade to clean the blood. This scene is like rain and dew cleaning leaves, so it is called village rain. Since there is only one word difference between Muramasa and Murasame, some novels, animations, and games connect these two swords together, and believe that Murasame is the evolved version of Murasame. In fact, the two knives have no connection. Item 5. Onikimaru. Source: ChatGPT. Onikimaru is a legendary demon sword in Japan. The following is the legend and related information about Onikimaru. Origin of the legend. The legend of Onikimaru originated from Japanese folklore and mythology. It has been described as a knife with supernatural powers, often associated with monsters or the supernatural. Characteristics and abilities. According to legend, Onikimaru is a demon sword with the ability to slay demons. It is believed to cut off monsters or evil forces and protect the wielder from evil. History and culture. Onikimaru plays an important role in traditional Japanese culture and often appears in ancient folk tales, kabuki, opera, and other art forms. Image in fictional works. Onikimaru also often appears in novels, animations, movies, and other fictional works. In these works, Onikimaru is often given more mysterious powers and storylines. Actual existence or non-existence. It should be emphasized that Onikimaru has no exact record of existence in reality. It is a legendary item. In general, Onikimaru is a mysterious element in traditional Japanese culture, representing the desire for strength and protection. It has a profound influence in Japanese literature, art, and entertainment. Source: Japan Wikipedia. Onikimaru is a Japanese sword passed down from the Minamoto family, also known as Onikiri Yasutsuna. Since around 2017, it has been displayed in the Kitano Tenmangu Shrine under the name Onikimaru, also known as Hikigiri. Since the Mustache-giri is also known as the Animaru, be careful of confusion with other Japanese swords named Animaru. On the other hand, Tada Shrine is located in Kawanishi City, Hyogo Prefecture, and is related to the Genji. It is said that it also preserves the sword Onikimaru engraved by Yasutuna, who was used by Minamoto Reimitsu to fight off the drunken boy, so it is also necessary to pay attention to this. Of confusion. Nichiren of the Kamakura period once recorded, the forging craftsmanship of this tachi must be quite superb. Perhaps it comes from the kingdom of heaven, or it is an onikiri, or it may be the eight swords. For the sword made by the General Moi from another world, it has a special meaning. Mayuan Teru Deadayan Yahuishi, which shows its history as a famous sword. Specifically described in a section of the Book of Taiping. Onikiri was forged by Yasutsuna, a swordsmith from the Hoki kingdom, and worn by Sakanu Tamuramaro. It was used during the battle with Suzuka Gozen at Mount Suzuka. When visiting Ise Jinggu Shrine, he received instructions from Amaterasu in a dream and dedicated it to Ise Jinggu Shrine. Later, Minamoto Torumitsu, who visited Ise Jinggu Shrine, received instructions in a dream to pass it on from generation to generation and protect the world, and received the onikiri from Amaterasu. After being handed over to Reimitsu, it was borrowed by his retainer Watanabe Tsuna and used to cut off the ghost's arm. After that, because Minamoto no Naka killed the ghosts on Tozo Mountain, it was named onikiri. Although onikiri was inherited from the Minamoto family, Nitayoshi Sada obtained it together with Animaru Kunitsuna, the Hojo clan's treasured sword, in the Battle of Fujishima. However, Yoshisada was defeated by Shiba Takasun in the battle, and Onikari and Animaru also fell into the trap. The Hand of Gao Jing. After learning that Takasun had acquired Onikari and Animaru, Ashikaga Takaji requested that they be returned to the Ashikaga family, to which Genji was a direct descendant. However, Takasun regarded himself as equal to the Ashikaga family and refused this request, making Takashi feel indignant. Onikari eventually passed down to the Megami clan, a descendant of Takasun. Onikari was once sold, but was recovered by volunteers and dedicated to Kitano Tenmangu Shrine. Item 6. Muramasa Sword. Source: ChatGPT. Muramasa sword, also known as Muramasa, refers to the Japanese sword made by the famous Japanese swordsmith Sozaburo Kunishige, also known as Masamune. He is one of the most famous swordsmiths in Japanese history. The following are some characteristics and related information about the Muramasa sword. Swordsmith Sozaburo Kunishige. Sozaburo Kunishige was a famous swordsmith in Japan's Warring States period, approximately 15th to 17th century. He was famous for his excellent sword craftsmanship and well-made swords at the time. Production process: the Muramasa sword is made using traditional Japanese swordsmith techniques, including folding high-carbon steel multiple times to make the blade extremely sharp and strong. Unique shape: Muramasa swords usually have unique curves and proportions, making them visual works of art. They are often very delicate and display a high degree of aesthetic value in their patterns and lines. Cultural value: the Muramasa sword is more than just a knife, it is also a part of Japanese culture. They are considered masterpieces of traditional craftsmanship and represent Japan's sword tradition. Historical value: because Sozaburo Kunishige's Muramasa sword was extremely rare in history, it has become a treasure pursued by sword collectors and art collectors. It should be noted that due to the value and scarcity of the Muramasa sword, many modern imitations are also called Muramasa, but they are not authentic works made by Sozaburo Kunishige. In general, the Muramasa sword represents the pinnacle of Japanese sword-making skills and is also a part of Japanese culture. It is regarded as a treasure of art and collectibles. Item 7. Authentic knife. Source: ChatGPT. Masamune sword usually refers to the Japanese sword made by the famous Japanese swordsmith Sozaburo Kunishige, also known as Masamune. He is one of the most famous swordsmiths in Japanese history. The following are some characteristics and related information about authentic knives. Swordsmith Sozaburo Kunishige. Sozaburo Kunishige was a famous swordsmith in Japan's Warring States period, approximately 15th to 17th century. He was famous for his excellent sword craftsmanship and well-made swords at the time. Production process: the production of authentic knives uses traditional Japanese knife-making techniques, including folding high-carbon steel multiple times to make the blade extremely sharp and strong. Unique shape: authentic knives usually have unique curves and proportions, making them visual works of art. They are often very delicate and display a high degree of aesthetic value in their patterns and lines. Cultural value: an authentic sword is not just a knife, but also a part of Japanese culture. They are considered masterpieces of traditional craftsmanship and represent Japan's sword tradition. Historical value: because the authentic sword of Sozaburo Kunishige was extremely rare in history, it has become a treasure pursued by sword collectors and art collectors. It should be noted that due to the value and scarcity of authentic swords, many modern imitations are also called authentic swords, but they are not authentic works made by Sozaburo Kunishige. In general, authentic swords represent the pinnacle skills of Japanese sword making and are part of Japanese culture. They are regarded as treasures of art and collectibles. Source: Wikipedia. Masamune, year of birth and death unknown, is a Japanese swordsman from the late Kamakura period to the early Northern and Southern Dynasties period. He is known as Goro-id Masamune, Okazaki Masamune, and Okazaki Goro-id, and is one of the most famous people in the history of Japanese swordsmanship. Zheng Zong established the style of Xiangzhou Chuan and had many disciples. Various legends and anecdotes about authenticity have been handed down from among the people and developed into stories. The term authentic has become synonymous with Japanese swords and has a profound influence on future generations of swordsmen. Item 8. Japan's famous sword. Source: ChatGPT. Japan has many famous swords, which are treasures of Japanese culture and are also regarded as works of art. Here are some famous Japanese swords. Iwakura Tamashi. This is an ancient famous sword that is considered a Japanese national treasure. It is said that it was made by Takuma, a famous sword from the Heian period. Iwakura Tamashi is famous for its unique sword patterns and exquisite craftsmanship. Ishikiri Maru. The Ishikiri Maru is a famous sword that is considered a national treasure of Japan. It is said that it was made by Sozaburo Kunishige, a famous sword from the Heian period. It is praised for its beautiful knife pattern and excellent cutting performance. Rai is a famous sword that is considered a national treasure of Japan. Legend has it that it was made by Sadamune, a swordsmith from the Kamakura period. It is famous for its stable shape and exquisite craftsmanship. Tar Kanja. This famous sword is said to have been made by the swordsmith Kanja from the Muromachi period. Taro Crown Master is famous for its unique shape and excellent cutting ability. Kamakura Yukimitsu. Kamakura Yukimitsu is a famous sword that is considered a national treasure. Legend has it that it was made by Sozaburo Kunishige, a famous sword from the Kamakura period. It is praised for its delicate knife pattern and excellent production technology. These famous swords represent the pinnacle skills of Japanese sword making and also reflect the special reverence for swords in Japanese culture. Many of these famous swords are now preserved in museums or temples and have become part of cultural heritage. Item 9. Japanese famous sword. Source: ChatGPT. Japan has many famous swords, which represent the artistic peak of traditional Japanese sword making. Here are some famous Japanese swords. Iwakura Tamashi. Legend has it that it was made by Takuma Teppanyaki, a famous swordsman, and is considered a Japanese national treasure. Famous for its unique knife pattern and exquisite craftsmanship. Ishikiri Maru. Legend has it that it was made by the famous sword Teppanyaki Sozaburo Kunishige and is considered a Japanese national treasure. It is praised for its beautiful knife pattern and excellent cutting performance. Legend has it that it was made by Sadamune, a swordsmith from the Kamakura period, and is considered a Japanese national treasure. Famous for its steady shape and exquisite craftsmanship. Taro Kanzashi. Legend has it that it was made by the swordsmith Kanzaki in the Muromachi period. Known for its unique shape and excellent cutting capabilities. Kamakura Yukimitsu. Legend has it that it was made by the famous sword Teppanyaki Sozaburo Kunishige and is considered a Japanese national treasure. It is praised for its delicate knife pattern and excellent production technology. Tarzamonji. Considered a Japanese national treasure, it was made by Sozaburo Kunishige, a famous sword from the Heian period. Famous for its high sharpness and exquisite craftsmanship. These famous swords represent the pinnacle skills of Japanese sword making and also reflect the special reverence for swords in Japanese culture. Many of these famous swords are now preserved in museums or temples and have become part of cultural heritage. Item 10. Japan's 3 artifacts. Source: ChatGPT. Japan's 3 sacred treasures, also known as the 3 sacred treasures or the 3 sacred treasures, are important symbols of the Japanese royal family and are closely related to the emperor's enthronement ceremony and royal activities. The following is an introduction to the 3 artifacts. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, also known as Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugi, it is a sacred sword in Japanese mythology. The possession of Amaterasu Omikami, the sun goddess in Japanese mythology, which was later given to Emperor Jinmu, was the first symbol of the Japanese emperor. Yasakani no Megatama. Yasakani no Megatama, also known as Yata no Kagami. Yata no Kagami, it is a mysterious piece of mirror, also one of the sacred treasures in Japanese mythology. According to legend, owned by Tsuyosoyu Amaterasu Omikami, and later provided by Emperor Jimmu. Intercourse with God and Government written by In Shaoan. Amen Murakumo Anakunazo Shrine. Aim no Murakumo Anakunazo Shrine, also known as USA Jinggu, located in USA City, Oita Prefecture, is one of the shrines dedicated to the Japanese imperial family, and is Kusanagi Sword Shrine. These three are considered treasures of the Japanese royal family and are regarded as symbols of the country. They play an important role in Japanese history, mythology, and culture, and have become a part of Japanese culture. It is worth mentioning that these artifacts are not actually publicly displayed or verified by the outside world. They are regarded as sacred symbols and are usually kept within the Japanese imperial family and are only used or displayed during specific religious and royal ceremonies. Source: Wikipedia. The three sacred artifacts refer to the three artifacts in the Japanese creation myth that originated from Amaterasu and were passed down from generation to generation in the hands of his descendants, Japanese emperors. There are still some Japanese people who believe that the three artifacts are the orthodox symbols representing the emperor, and their status in Japan is similar to the national seal of China and the celestial seal of the Korean peninsula. Initially, the sacred artifacts were kept by the Jibe clan. Later, during the reign of Emperor Jito, the Nakatomi clan proposed three sacred artifacts, including Yata Mirror, a bronze mirror. According to legend, it is currently enshrined at Ise Jinggu Shrine in Ise City, Mie Prefecture. A Mankanjiun sword, also known as Kusanagi sword, it is derived from the sword of Sojaman Lord in the creation myth. He obtained it from the tail of the Yamata no Orokai after killing it. According to legend, it is currently enshrined at Itsuta Shrine in Itsuta District, Nagaya City. 8-foot Megatama, also known as Yasaka Megatama, it is a Megatama in the shape of a sharp hook. There is also a legend that there are actually two Megatama, but one has been lost. According to legend, it is now enshrined in the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. In Japanese mythology, the Amankong Cloud Sword was obtained by Sumimasen by slaying the Yamata no Orokai. One theory points out that in 1185, Japan's two major samurai groups, the Tara clan and the Genji clan, fought a decisive battle in the waters of Danora. The Genji clan won, and Emperor Entu, who was established by the Tara clan, was buried at the bottom of the sea with the Amanshugon sword. There is also a saying that the Japanese warriors brought this sword lies dormant under the sea. However, it is also rumored that the Amankanjiun sword is still offered to Itsuta Shrine. However, it is unknown whether it is the ancient Amankanjiun sword. All three artifacts are mentioned in stories related to Amaterasu in Japan's Chronicles of Chronicles, i.e., Kochiki and Nihon Shoki. The sword and mirror included are related to Japanese Shintoism. Yata and hachi were used to describe the size of the artifact based on the length unit at that time, and later evolved into exclusive names. In Japanese history, the three artifacts are usually passed down from the previous emperor to the next emperor. Occasionally, they are fought over through various means. For example, during the Southern and Northern dynasties, Emperor Komatsu of the Northern dynasties used the succession rights of the next emperor in exchange to deceive Emperor Kameyama of the Southern dynasties. After handing over the three sacred artifacts in his possession, the Southern emperor abdicated. However, the imperial line was succeeded by Emperor Gokomatsu's son, Emperor Shimitsu. At this point, the divisions of the Southern and Northern dynasties in Japan were merged into one. It is said that the original 8-foot Megatama and two other artifacts, replicas, are kept in the Imperial Palace today. The Tiankanjiun sword and the 8-foot Kayang Megatama are collectively called the Sword Seal. There are sword seals in the Imperial Palace. It is generally believed that the original 8-foot Kayang Megatama and the form of the Tiankongyun sword are enshrined. The three halls in the inner palace of the Imperial Palace are dedicated to the 8-foot seal. The shape of the mirror. Item 11. Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine. Source: ChatGPT. Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine is a famous shrine located in Nikko City, Tokaji Prefecture, Japan. It is one of the most important and magnificent shrines in Japan and is listed as part of the World Cultural Heritage. It is also one of the most famous tourist attractions in the suburbs of Tokyo, Japan. The following are some features and related information about Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine. Location: Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine is located in Nikko City, Tokaji Prefecture, in the middle of Honshu, Japan, about 125 kilometers away from Tokyo, and the transportation is relatively convenient. History: the history of Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine can be traced back to the Nara period. It started as a small monastery and later gradually developed into a large and spectacular shrine complex. Gods enshrined: this shrine mainly enshrines three gods, Amaterasu Omikami, Hashiko Gamakami Hachiman, and Shouhiko Mingmei. Architectural style: the architectural style of Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine is famous for its brilliant colors and gorgeous decorations. It combines traditional Japanese shrine architectural styles with elements of Buddhist temples. World Cultural Heritage: as one of the representatives of Japanese culture, this shrine was listed as part of the World Cultural Heritage by UNESCO in 1999. It was also one of the first places in Japan to be included in the World Heritage List. Important festivals: Nikko Festival is an important festival at Fudoraisen Shrine, held on May 17 every year to celebrate the birthday of the shrine's chief priest, Kashiko Gogo Hachiman. Surrounding attractions: the Nikko area where Fudoraisen Shrine is located also has many places of interest, including Nikko Tashago Shrine, Nikko Gashido Hall, etc., which has made it a tourist attraction. In general, Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine is an important attraction that combines religious beliefs, history, culture, and natural scenery. It is also a popular place for tourists from Japan and abroad to visit. Source: Wikipedia. Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine is a shrine that stands in the mountains of Nikko City, Tokaji Prefecture, Japan. Its official name is Fudoraisen Shrine. However, in order to distinguish it from Fudoraisen Shrine in Utsunomiya City, the place name is usually added and called Nikko Fudoraisen Shrine. This shrine was founded in the first year of Kamgo Keiun, 767. The architectural structure of the shrine is the Gongjin-zukuri style with a stone foundation and a wooden structure. The main gods worshipped are the three mountain gods of Nikko, Daiji Gaiming, Tien Xingheim, and Weisha Takahiko Genming. They are collectively known as the Ararasan Great Gods. In 836, they were given the rank of the fifth highest rank, and in 869 they were granted the divine rank of second position. Since the shrine is adjacent to Nikko Tashago Shrine and is also located at the foot of the Nikko Mountains, according to the local trace theory derived from the fusion of Shintoism and Buddhism in Japan, the mountain god of Mount Nantai in the Nikko Mountains is the Great One Ji Guiming, which also represents the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. The mountain god of Nyobine Mountain is Tashinheim Ming, which also represents Amitabha Tathagata. As for the mountain god of Terang Mountain, it is Misha Takahiko Genming, which also represents Horsehead Guanyin. The regular ceremony is held on April 17 every year, which is also the death anniversary of Tokugawa Ieyasu. In addition, there is Fudoraisen Shrine's Okumiya, built in 782, on the top of Mount Nantai, which mainly worships the mountain god Daiji Gaimei. In front of Fudoraisen Shrine is Motomiya Shrine, built in 808, which worships the mountain god Mi Takahikone. Behind Fudoraisen Shrine is Takio Shrine, built in 820, which worships the mountain god Tien Shinheim. There are a couple tree and a parent child tree in front of Fudoraisen Shrine. It is said that it can protect the relationship between husband and wife and the relationship between parents and children. Facing the shrine on the left and back is the Fudora spiritual spring. The spring water is clear and local legend says that drinking it can bring peace. Item 12. Kitano Mantengu Shrine. Source: ChatGPT. Kitano Tenmangu Shrine is located in Kamigayo District, Kyoto City, Japan. It is a shrine dedicated to Michizane Sugawara, Fujiwara Michizane, and is also known as Kitano Tenmangu Shrine. Here is some information about Kitano Mantengu Shrine. God of worship. The main god of Kitano Mantengu Shrine is Sugawara Michizane. He was a civil servant and scholar in the Heian period. He was famous for his loyalty and integrity, and was also worshipped as a god of learning and culture. History. The history of Kitano Mantengu Shrine can be traced back to the early Heian period, and its creation can be traced back to 794. It has a history of more than 1,000 years. Belief. Kitano Mantengu Shrine is regarded as the patron saint of learning, culture, literature, art, etc., so it attracts many people studying and taking exams to come to worship. Architectural style. The architectural style of the shrine is characterized by elegance and simplicity, and is a typical shrine building. Important festivals. From May 25 to 27 every year, Kitano Mantengu Shrine holds a Grand Day Festival, also known as the Welcome of the Gods, which attracts a large number of believers to participate. Surrounding attractions. The Kitano Samurai Town and Makiya areas surrounding Kitano Mantengu Shrine retain many ancient traditional buildings and are also a good place to visit Kyoto's historical features. Overall, Kitano Mantengu Shrine is a shrine with a long history and important religious and cultural significance, and it is also one of the famous tourist attractions in Kyoto. Source: Wikipedia. Kitano Tenmangu Shrine is a shrine located in Kamikia Ward, Kyoto City, Kyoto Prefecture, Japan. It is the 22nd shrine, and the old shrine is the official shrine, now the Bibiao shrine of the main shrine. Together with Dazaifu Tenmangu Shrine, it is the headquarters of Tenmangu Shrine in Japan and the center of Tenjin belief. The officiating god is Sugawara Michizane, the god of learning. Kyoto citizens call him by his nickname Tenjin-san. Kitano Tenmangu Shrine, Dazaifu Tenmangu Shrine and Hofu Tenmangu Shrine are known as the three major gods of Japan. Item 13. Japan's Northern and Southern Dynasties. Source: ChatGPT. The Nanboku Chijide period, Nanboku Chijide, is a period in Japanese history that began in 1336 and lasted until 1392. This period is known as the Southern and Northern Dynasties period because during this period there were two simultaneous royal families and regimes in Japan. Here is some important information about the Northern and Southern Dynasties of Japan. Cause: the origins of the Northern and Southern Dynasties period can be traced back to 1333, when the samurai group Ashikaga overthrew the ruling Hojo clan and restored imperial power. However, subsequent divisions within the Ashikaga clan led to the emergence of the Northern and Southern Dynasties. Southern and Northern Dynasties. Southern Dynasty. The Southern Dynasty was headed by Ashikaga Takashi, the first general of the Muromachi shogunate in Japan. Kyoto was located in the south, now the southern part of Kyoto City, and the imperial family had Go-Daigo as the Orthodox emperor. Northern Dynasties. After the Northern Dynasties, Daigo, Keigon, became the emperor and was established in the north, now Sakyo district, Kyoto City, with the support of the Muromachi shogunate. War and conflict. The Southern and Northern Dynasties period was a period of war and civil strife in Japanese history. Fierce fighting took place in many places, resulting in a lot of destruction and casualties. Ashikaga shogunate. Japan during the Northern and Southern Dynasties was ruled by the Muromachi shogunate, a samurai regime established by the Ashikaga clan and became one of the important shogunates in Japanese history. The Northern and Southern Dynasties period did not end until 1392, when the Ashikaga shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu successfully unified the Northern and Southern Dynasties and achieved the unification of Japan. Culture and art. Although the Southern and Northern Dynasties were full of wars, many cultural and artistic flourishes also occurred during this period, such as the development of religion, literature, painting, and other fields. The Northern and Southern Dynasties period was a turbulent period in Japanese history, but it also laid the foundation for the formation of Japan's subsequent Warring States period and Edo period. Source: Wikipedia. The Northern and Southern Dynasties era refers to the era in Japanese history from 1337, December of the first year of Engan in Japan in the lunar calendar, corresponding to 1336 in the Western calendar, to 1392 in Japanese history when the royal family was divided into two emperors, the Southern and the Northern emperors. It was located between the Kamakura period and the Muromachi period. Room. During this period, the two parties had their own inheritance of the throne, and their respective courts stood side by side. The cause was the collapse of the Kanbu New Deal. The samurai class headed by Ashikaga Takaji launched a coup and overthrew the rule of Emperor Go-Daigo, and re-established Emperor Kame in Kyoto under the rule of Chimei-in. Emperor Go-Daigo of the Daikakuji Temple moved the imperial court to Nara-Yoshino, south of Kyoto, with the three sacred artifacts symbolizing orthodoxy, and the northern and southern dynasties were divided. Item 14. Japanese shogunate. Source: ChatGPT. The Japanese shogunate is a special political system established by the samurai class, or samurai leaders, who control the political power by force and actually rule Japan. Here is some important information about the Japanese shogunate. Origin: the earliest shogunate was the Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 by Minamoto no Yoritamo, becoming the first shogunate in Japanese history. Its establishment marked the beginning of Japan's feudal era. Shogunate system: the shogunate system is a political system with the samurai class as its core. The shogunate took power into its own hands, while the emperor's authority remained in name only but was weakened in practice. Representative shogunate. Kamakura shogunate, founded in 1192, the Kamakura shogunate ruled for about 150 years until 1333. Its collapse marked the beginning of the Northern and Southern dynasties period. Muromachi shogunate, or Muromachi shogunate, founded in 1336 by Ashikaga Takaji, it ruled for about 250 years until 1573. This period is also known as the Muromachi period. Rulers: the leaders of the shogunate are usually called shoguns. They are the actual rulers and hold military power and political power. Warring States period: during the late Muromachi period, Japan fell into a period of turmoil known as the Warring States period, Sengoku Jidai. Samurai groups from various places competed for power, which led to division and civil strife in Japan. Ending: the collapse of the Muromachi shogunate in 1573, brought about the end of the Warring States period due to the pressures of internal strife and foreign wars. Tokugawa shogunate: after the end of the Warring States period, Tokugawa Ieyasu established the Edo shogunate, also known as the Tokugawa shogunate, in 1603 and moved the center of the political power from Kyoto to Edo, now Tokyo. The Edo shogunate ruled for about 260 years until the Meiji Restoration. After the Meiji Restoration, the shogunate system was abolished, Japan became a modern centralized country, and the emperor restored his actual ruling status. This marked Japan's transformation from a feudal society to a modern nation. Source: Wikipedia. The shogunate, Japanese, bakufu, refers to the samurai regime led and ruled by the generals who conquered the barbarians, commonly known as the shoguns, referred to as shoguns, in Japanese history. It is a political system similar to respecting the king and rejecting the barbarians arising from Japan's unique national conditions. It began in 1185 when Genpei it started at the end of the war and ended with the Meiji Restoration in 1867. It went through four shogunate periods: the Kamakura shogunate, the Muromachi shogunate, the Tomo shogunate, and the Edo shogunate. Among them, the Tomo shogunate was the remaining force after the demise of the Muromachi shogunate, and it actually ruled during this period. The country's political power is the Oda regime and the Toyotomi regime. Therefore, Japan actually experienced three shogunate periods, with the Kawachi Genji, Hojo, Ashikaga, and Tokugawa ruling successively for a total of 682 years. Japan has a long history of being governed by military attachés. The strong men of the samurai family aimed to rule the world and established the shogunate, the highest command organization, similar to what is called a military government in modern times. The generals who conquered the barbarians must be appointed by the emperor. On the surface, they are the emperor's ministers, but most of them are hereditary, and they gradually became part of the formal imperial system, public family, from being above the formal imperial system, due to the fact that at that time Japan implemented feudal rule. The generals who conquered the barbarians would not directly control the country, but would allocate fiefs to powerful warriors. The status of the generals who conquered the barbarians was equivalent to that of the common master of the world. In fact, he held the emperor to order the prince's way to govern the country. On the other hand, because the emperor's status was quite sacred at that time, even if the clan that served as the general of the conquering barbarians changed, no outsider would dare to directly usurp the emperor's throne. Japan's special political system is very different from other countries in the world at the same time. In Chinese history, when generals went on expeditions, their offices were set up in tents, hence the name shogunate. After the word was introduced to Japan, it became the Chinese name of the Kono general. Later, Yukin General Minamoto Yoritomo served as the shogun. Because he was the shogun, the headquarters of the general's expedition to Ezo was also called the shogunate. As the wartime headquarters and the place where peacetime policies are issued, it is essentially the government agency of the military regime. After the middle of the Edo period, with the popularization of Zhu Exai's Neo-Confucianism and the promotion of Sinology and Confucian scholars, people called the place where the generals who conquered barbarians governed shogunate and turned it into a government agency. The Western world calls the shogunate based on the fact that the shogunate is led by the general who conquered barbarians. Item 15. Japanese tomb form. Source: ChatGPT. Types of Japanese tombs vary depending on history, religious beliefs, and regional differences. Here are some common types of Japanese tombs. Kofun. A kofun is an ancient Japanese form of burial, usually a round mound or long mound covered with huge stones or chambers. The tumulus period spans from the 3rd century to the 7th century and represents the tombs of nobles of that era. Ishibutai. An ishibutai is a stone tomb that is usually buried underground and covered with earth slopes or stones. This form of burial was very popular in some areas in ancient times and is a type of the Kofun period. Tsukabami. A tsukabami is a simple form of burial, usually covered with a mound of earth, which may be planted with trees or vegetation. Ishizuka. Ishizuka is a tombstone or stone tomb made of piled stones. It can be a single tomb or a group burial. Temple graveyards. Temple graveyards are cemeteries located around temples, usually for worshippers or monks. They can include cairns, mounds, and chamber tombs. Family tombs. This type of cemetery is usually used by family members. The tombstone will identify the name and date of each person who died. Japanese-style cemetery. A Japanese-style cemetery is a cemetery composed of traditional stone monuments, headstones, and vegetation, usually blended with natural landscapes. Western-style cemetery. Western-style cemeteries adopt the design style of Western cemeteries, and commonly include tombstones, gardens, and flower beds. Family burial plot. The family burial plot is designed for the entire family and can accommodate the ashes or corpses of multiple family members. Cremation. Cremation has become an increasingly common form of burial, and families can choose to place the ashes of the deceased in a columbarium or temple. It should be noted that due to the diversity of religious beliefs in Japan, different cemetery types may differ in different regions and religious beliefs. For example, Buddhists and Shintoists may have different burial traditions. Source: Wikipedia. House-shaped tomb. A house-shaped tomb, as the name suggests, is a tomb in the shape of a house. It is also called house-shaped tomb in Japan. In the Okinawa area of Japan, the Pafu tomb is built with the same hofeng board roof as the local houses, while the roof of the house tomb is different from that of the Hofu tomb, so it is easy to distinguish between the two, except for Cabo. In addition to the Po Feng tombs with windboard roofs, other tombs with house-style tombs are called house-shaped tombs. In other words, tombs with roofs but without Po Feng board roofs are called house-shaped tombs. The house-shaped tomb originated from the Po Feng tomb, with the addition of house architectural elements, such as a rain shelter, etc. Compared with the Po Feng tomb, which is built on a slope, the house-shaped tomb is built on flat ground, so it is also called a flat-type tomb. Feng tomb, Po Feng tomb is a general term for house-shaped tombs. Turtle shell tomb. A tortoise shell tomb, also known as a tortoise shell tomb, is a tomb with a tomb mound shaped like a tortoise shell. This kind of tomb is very popular in Fujian, Guangdong, and other places along the coast of mainland China, and is also very common in Taiwan and the Ryukyu Islands. But this kind of tomb does not exist in mainland China or Japan. The shape of the turtle shell tomb in southern China is that the top of the tomb is shaped like a turtle shell, and the coffin of the deceased is buried under the turtle shell. At the head of the turtle shell stands the tombstone of the deceased. The outside of the tomb is surrounded by a circle of omega-shaped stones. The turtle shell tomb is also one of the three main types of tombs of the Ryukyu people, the other two being the Po Feng tomb and the house-shaped tomb. Wind burials were popular among the ancient Ryukyu people, so the turtle shell tombs in the Ryukyu Islands are slightly different from those in China. The tortoise shell tomb in the Ryukyu Islands has a stone chamber underneath the tortoise shell to place the remains of the deceased. Because the Ryukyuan people buried their family members in one tomb, the turtle shell tombs were built very large. Po Feng tomb. The Po Feng tomb is a unique form of burial in the Ryukyu Islands in ancient times. It uses the same Po Feng board roof as the local houses. The so-called Po Feng is actually the change in the name of Ho Feng board when it was introduced to Japan and Ryukyu area from China. Round tomb in front and behind. Zenkanfon. Zenkanfon is an architectural pattern of Japanese ancient tombs. As the name suggests, it consists of a square front part, and a round back part. Connected. The part between the two is called the middle detail. It looks like a keyhole when viewed from a bird's eye view, so it is also called keyhole-shaped mounds in English. In Korean, it looks like a long drum. It is called a long drum tomb. Like the round tomb, it is a form of tumulus that appeared earlier in the Kofun period. The general large tumulus is a round tomb with a front and a back. It is widely distributed in Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu with Kinai as the center. Among them the largest round tomb in Japan is the Daizenryo tumulus with a total length of 525 meters. In addition to Japan, others that are morphologically close to the tomb are the tomb in Korea, the Unpyeong-ri tumulus group and the Songam-ri tumulus group in Jiseong in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. In addition, Korean archaeologist Kong In-gu believes that the Songhakdong tomb No. 1, Makosan tumulus, in the Goseong Songhakdong tumulus group in Gyeongsang Namdo is a front round tomb. The round tomb in front did not have a specific name at first, but was named by the people at that time after the objects around them. Therefore, it was also called Shehong, Kozi Tomb, Chazu Mountain, Laotan Mountain, Lazhong, and Ertzi Mountain. Shehong refers to the ancient. The front part and the round back part of the tomb are shaped like a car. Choshizuka is named because when viewed from the side, it looks like half of the choji lying horizontally is buried in the soil. Shosu Mountain is named after the two sides. It is named after the background part of the first or third floor looks like a T-mortar. It is also called a T-mortar mound and a mortar mound. The gourd mound is also called a gourd-shaped tomb, which refers to the shape of the round tomb in the front like half of a gourd buried in the soil. Named after the inner, ladle, Futoko Mt is also called Futoko mound, Shuangko mound, etc. It refers to the front round tomb with a similar height difference between the front part and the back round part. Most of the front and back round tombs with this name are concentrated in Kanto. Place. The idea of a tomb with a round front and a round back was found in Shanliang Chronicles written by K. Mao Jun Pi, written in the 5th year of Bunka 5, 1808. It is recorded, it is like a palace chariot with a round front and a back, 3 stories high and surrounded by a moat. It must be like a palace chariot, and make the front and back round. It is 3 parts of the altar, and surround it with a ditch. The front and back round tomb is regarded as a palace chariot, and the back round part is likened to the chariot cover, and the front part is the shaft. In addition, Yu Tokage, chief researcher at the Nara Prefecture Kashihara Institute of Archaeology, believes that the rear round part is the part of the ox cart that carries people, and the front part is the part that the oxen pulls the cart. Shinohara Yuichi of the Tokaji Prefecture Burial Culture Center regards the palace car as it is made of bronze chariots and horses or a hearse like a chariot. From the late Meiji period onwards, the term front and back round graves has been used as an academic term. The front round tomb is divided into the front part, the back round part and the middle detail. Tsutobi Roishi believes that the front part originated from the protruding part of the mound tomb of the Yayoi period. The earliest front part had a dial-shaped curve, and the periphery of the later front part was all straight, representing there are tumuli. After that, the height of the front part becomes lower, and the details in the middle become smaller, and the shape is like a hand mirror, so it is also called the handle mirror shape, which represents the Sakurai Chausuyama tumulus. The front part of the Horai-san tumulus is as high as the Sakurai Chausuyama tumulus, but the details in the middle are larger and there is no surrounding trench. The shape of the tomb is a clay coffin or a vertical cave-type stone chamber. Most of these early tumulus are located on the protruding parts of hills, ridges or the edges of terraces. The scallop-shaped tumulus also has the characteristics of the early tumulus. Therefore, some people think that the scallop-shaped tumulus is not the same as the round tomb in the broad sense. Different. Contemporaneous with the Horai-san tumulus, the front part of the tumulus, including the Sakur-Yozan tumulus, is shorter. Later, the mid-term tumulus with front round tombs were mostly built on flat ground or a broad platform. The front part was wider, comparable to the diameter of the back round part, and could be accessed and used as a tomb chamber. The height also increased. The details in the middle are built, and there are also multiple horseshoe-shaped perimeter buildings on the outside. This type of tumulus with round front and back is not only numerous in number but also large in scale, which represents the reputation of the ancient tombs of Utanomi Oyama. Next, the front round tomb with a longer front part appeared, indicating that the tumulus is the Daizenryung tumulus. The final form of the front tomb is that of the later tumulus, which can be found in both hills and plains. The front part is higher and the width is much wider than the diameter of the back part. The interior is mostly a horizontal cave-type stone chamber. This type of tumulus, including the Toji Gomyo tumulus, combines the characteristics of the Yuden Gomyo-yama tumulus and the Daizenryo tumulus, and is longer on average than the tumulus type of the Goten Gomyo-yama tumulus. The size of the later tumulus mounds was generally reduced in the Ki-Nei area, while in other places the practice of building large round tombs in the front and back was still maintained. According to Hirose Kazuo, there are a total of about 5,200 front round tombs, including front and rear tombs, in Japan, distributed throughout Japan outside Hokkaido, Tohoku, and Okinawa prefectures, and there are 302 tombs that are more than 100 meters long. 140 of which are located in Yamato, Kawachi, Izumi, Setsu and Yamashiro, Kinya, far exceeding Ueno, which ranks second, and Kibi, which ranks third. At the same time, there are only 35 front round tombs with a height of more than 200 meters, 32 of which are located in Kinai. The 3 exceptions are the Origen tumulus and Sakiyama tumulus in Kibi and the Oda Tenjinzan tumulus in Ueno. On the other hand, Nara Women's University's round-shaped tomb database gives a number of 4,764, distributed throughout Japan except Hokkaido, Akita, Aomori, and Okinawa. There are 306 tombs longer than 100 meters. There are 36 tombs over 200 meters in length. The prefecture with the most round tombs in front is Chiba Prefecture, with a total of 693. The prefecture with the fewest is Iwate Prefecture, with only one, namely the Keikuzuka tumulus is the northernmost round tomb in Japan, and the southernmost one is the Hanamuri tumulus in Kanasoku Town, Kagoshima Prefecture. In addition, the only countries in the old order system that did not have front-end round tombs were Awaji, Aizu, and Sado. Item 16. Borazen tumulus. Source: ChatGPT. The Mount Horai tumulus is an ancient tomb located in Higashi Ward, Fukuoka City, Fukuoka Prefecture, Japan. It is also known as the Northern Tumulus. The following is some information about the Bora-Ishin tumulus. Location: the Horai-san tumulus is located in Higashi-ku, Fukuoka City. It is an ancient tomb in Fukuoka City. Form: it is an ancient tomb with a round front and a round back. This form is a typical form of ancient Japanese ancient tombs. The front part is a stone chamber and the rear part is an earth slope. Era: the Horai-san tumulus was built in the 6th century, belonging to the ancient Japanese tumulus period. Excavation and research: the Bailation tumulus was identified in 1975 and archaeological excavations began. Many cultural relics and relics related to that era were discovered, which are of great value for understanding local ancient society and culture. Regional significance: the Mount Horai tumulus is one of the important ancient sites in Fukuoka City, and it also reflects the history and culture of the ancient Fukuoka region. Protection and exhibition: as an important cultural heritage, the Horai-san tumulus is protected and open to the public so that people can learn about the history of ancient Japan. In general, the Mount Horai tumulus is an important ancient site in Fukuoka City. It represents part of the ancient Japanese tumulus era and provides important information for the study of local ancient society and culture. Item 17. Japanese Imperial Family Genealogy. Source: ChatGPT. The Imperial Family Genealogy of Japan is a record describing the members and line of succession of the Imperial Family of Japan. Here is some basic information about the Japanese Imperial Family Genealogy. Origin: the genealogy of the Japanese Imperial family can be traced back to the mythical era. According to legend, the first emperor of Japan was Emperor Jimmu, the first ruler of Japan, and the subsequent emperors have been passed down to this day. Succession system: Japan's emperor succession system has always followed the male line, and the throne is usually inherited by the prince. However, there have been female emperors, called female emperors or empresses, throughout history. Era: imperial genealogy is usually recorded according to the era. For example, according to the Emperor Chronicle, 660 BC is the first year of the imperial era, which is said to be the year Emperor Jimmu ascended the throne. Past emperors: starting from Emperor Jimmu to the current emperor, all emperors will be recorded in the genealogy, including their reigns and major deeds. Female emperors: although the imperial succession system usually goes to men, there have been female emperors throughout history. Among them, Emperor Hijo and Empress Komeito are famous female emperors. Royal members: family trees will also record the names and related information of royal members, including princes, princesses, and other relatives. Important events: a family tree may also include records of important events and banquets, as well as other relevant historical information. Disclosure and confidentiality: the imperial genealogy will be managed according to the degree of confidentiality to a certain extent, and some historical information may only be open to specific internal members or researchers. It should be noted that because imperial genealogy is a sensitive document managed by the Japanese imperial family, much of the detailed genealogical information may not be open to the public but is shared internally or among specific researchers. Source: Wikipedia. The list of past emperors includes the first Emperor Jimmu to the 126th Emperor Imagami, Naruhito, the 35th Emperor Kogoku and the 37th Emperor Seimei, the 46th Emperor Kakakin and the 48th Emperor Tsutoku. The same person was restored after abdication, so the total number of emperors was 124. However, although the emperors of the northern dynasties during the southern and northern dynasties, Emperor Kogen, Emperor Kame, Emperor Sogo, Emperor Gokujin, and Emperor Gojinayong, were not included in the list of orthodox emperors, they still enjoyed royal sacrifices. Therefore, in fact, the total numbers so far there were 129 emperors in total. It is generally believed that Japan has never changed dynasties since ancient times and has always been the royal family, known as the one line for all generations. However, the first 9 emperors were legendary emperors, and their names were recorded in the genealogies of Nihon Shoki and Kojiki. Archaeology was able to confirm its existence starting from the 10th Emperor Sojin, and the historical credibility was greatly improved starting from the 15th Emperor Onjin. The reign dates of the first 28 emperors were based on the traditional lunar calendar dates. Starting from Emperor Meiji, each emperor has only one reign name, called the one-generation system, and the reign name of the current emperor Naruhito, generally known as the current emperor, is Reiwa. According to Japanese custom, it is an unwritten taboo to call the current emperor the emperor of a certain era, because after the implementation of the one-generation system in the Meiji period, the emperor's era name is usually used as his posthumous title. However, just because it is an unwritten convention, it is not necessarily the case. The longest reigning emperor. Since Emperor Kinmei. Emperor Showa, 62 years, 22,660 days. Emperor Meiji, 45 years and 6 months, 16,604 days. Emperor Kakaku, 37 years and 4 months, 13,641 days. Emperor Gotsuchi Mikado, 36 years and 2 months, 13,211 days. The Emperor of Back Garden, 35 years and 11 months, 13,133 days. Emperor who reigned for a short period of time. Emperor Nikiju, 2 months, 78 days. Emperor Kobun, 7 months, 226 days. Empress of Japan, 1 year and 7 months, 596 days. Emperor Kogen, 1 year and 8 months, 625 days. Emperor Hanayama, 1 year and 10 months, 677 days. The emperor who ascended the throne at an advanced age. Since Emperor Kinmei. Emperor Kohito, 62 years old. Diren, 59 years old. Akihito, 55 years old. The young emperor who ascended the throne. 1 year old when he ascended the throne, the fictitious years are in brackets. Emperor Rokujo, 7 months, 1 year old. Emperor And, 1 year and 4 months, 2 years old. Emperor Shijo, 1 year 7 months, 2 years old. Emperor Tsuchi Mikado, 2 years and 1 month, 3 years old. Emperor Nikiju, 2 years and 6 months, 3 years old. The long-lived emperor. 1 year old at the time of death, imaginary years are in parentheses, the mantissa marked asterisk means alive, since Emperor Kinmei. Akihito, 89 years and 304 days asterisk. Emperor Showa, 87 years and 8 months, 88 years old. Emperor Gamaizuo, 84 years and 2 months, 85 years old. Emperor Yasui, 80 years and 9 months, 81 years old. Emperor Reizhan, 78 years and 2 months, 79 years old. Emperor Shirakawa, 76 years old, 77 years old. The emperor who died young. 1 year old at the time of death, the fictitious years are in brackets. Emperor And, 6 years and 4 months, 7 years old. Emperor Shijo, 10 years and 10 months, 11 years old. Emperor Rokujo, 11 years and 7 months, 12 years old. Emperor Nikiju, 15 years and 7 months, 16 years old. Emperor Kono, 16 years and 2 months, 17 years old. Item 18. Tuolong, Dragon. Source: ChatGPT. The Tuolong is a legendary Chinese dragon creature, also known as Tuolong, Tuolong, or Tuolong, and is recorded in ancient documents and folklore. Here are some of the characteristics and legends about the falcon. Morphological characteristics. According to legend, the dragon's appearance is similar to that of a dragon, but its body shape is particularly unique. There are many belt-like ribs on its back, making it look like a snake dragon. Life habits. The dragon is considered an aquatic creature. It is said that they move in deep water and can also appear in lakes, rivers, and other waters. Myths and legends. The dragon is described as a mysterious and mighty aquatic creature in ancient Chinese myths and legends. Like the dragon, it is considered a symbol of auspiciousness. Regional distribution. The legend of the dragon is mostly found in folklore in southern China, such as Guangdong, Guangxi, Fujian, and other places. Cultural symbol. In ancient culture, the dragon was regarded as a mysterious creature. It was often used together with the dragon to express auspicious and auspicious images, and it has also become one of the themes in literary and artistic works. It should be pointed out that the dragon is not a real creature, but a creature from ancient myths and legends. It plays a special symbolic meaning in Chinese culture and often appears as a symbol of auspiciousness, mystery, and auspiciousness. Source: Baidu Encyclopedia. The dragon is a kind of dragon in ancient myths and legends, commonly known as the pig dragon. He is also a fictional character in the novel Journey to the West. He appears in the 43rd chapter. The monster of the Black River captures the monk and goes to the west to capture the Dragon King. He is the nephew of Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea. His weapon is a steel whip and his martial arts are average. Can defeat Monk Sha with all his strength. He occupied the Blackwater River and caused trouble, captured Tang Monk, and attempted to eat Tang Monk's flesh in order to achieve immortality. He was later subdued by Prince Mong. The alligator, also called the Chinese alligator, is a national first-level protected animal. The wild alligator is a wild animal more precious than the giant panda and is a national first-level protected animal. In the Chongqing area, people call it earth dragon and Zupo dragon. The alligator is also called the Chinese crocodile and the Chinese crocodile, which are the names given to the alligator by ancient Chinese scholars. As early as the Yin and Shang dynasties, the word tuo appeared in ancient Chinese inscriptions. The turtle is a very vivid hieroglyph. It has a head, a tail, scales, and armor, and seems to have two eyes protruding from it. Item 19. Yu Qinggujian Sword. Source: ChatGPT. The sword of Yu Qinggujian, also known as the Yu sword, is a famous sword in Chinese history. It is said to be related to the king of Yu Gujian, 496 BC, 465 BC. According to legend, the Yu sword was a sharp sword forged by King Gojian of Yu to avenge his country. The following are some legends and characteristics related to the Yu Qinggujian sword. Background: in the 5th century BC, at the end of the spring and autumn period, the state of Wu destroyed the state of Yu, King Gojian of Yu was captured, and the state of Yu fell. In order to avenge his hatred, he planned a revenge plan of sleeping on the fuel and tasting the courage while he was under house arrest in the state of Wu. Sword forging: according to legend, King Gojian of Yu used his daily rice grains to accumulate a lot of metal during his house arrest, and finally succeeded in casting a sharp sword, the Yu sword. Features of the sword: Yu Jian is described as an extremely sharp sword, said to be able to cut through iron as well as mud. It is a masterpiece of ancient Chinese weapon-making technology. Revenge was successful. Gojian, the king of Yu, finally successfully implemented the suffering hardships plan. Taking advantage of the chaos in Wu, he successfully took revenge from the country of Yu and restored the independence of the country. Inherited by later generations, the sword of Qinggujian of Yu has become one of the famous swords handed down from generation to generation in Chinese history, and has also become a symbol of courage, wisdom, and the spirit of revenge. However, it should be noted that there is no definite historical evidence for the existence of the Yu Qinggujian sword, and it is more a part of legends and folktales. In historical records, the sword of King Gujian of Yu has become more of a symbol of courage, wisdom, and determination for revenge, adding a lot to Chinese history and culture. Source: Wikipedia. The Gujian sword of Yu King is a tin bronze sword from the late spring and autumn period, used by Gujian, king of Yu. It was unearthed from Chu Tomb No. 1 in Wangshan, Zhongling County, Hebei Province in December 1965. It was hidden in the Hebei Provincial Museum after the National Day of the People's Republic of China in 1999. It is included in the third batch of the Catalogue of Cultural Relics Prohibited from Overseas exhibition promulgated in 2013. The sword is 55.7 cm long, the sword is 4.6 cm wide, the hilt is 8.4 cm long, the mass is 875 grams. There are dark diamond-shaped dark patterns on both sides of the sword. The front of the guard is inlaid with blue glass, and the back is inlaid with turquoise patterns. The head of the sword is in the shape of a hoop with 11 concentric circles inside. The entire sword body has been vulcanized, and its corrosion resistance and strength have been greatly improved, indicating that ancient Chinese people's technology in metal smelting and surface treatment has reached an extremely high level. When the sword was unearthed, it was still radiant with cold light and extremely sharp. It reflected the superb sword-making technology of ancient China and was a rare treasure among ancient weapons. There are many explanations as to why the sword of the King of Yu appeared in Hebei. Some historians speculate that this sword was collected by the Chu state as a trophy after the Chu state destroyed the Yu state. However, some historians have found that the tomb where this sword was unearthed existed during the time of King Chu Zhao or King Huai of Chu. Therefore, there is also a more it is generally accepted that the Yu state was once married to the Chu state, and this sword was brought to the Chu state as a dowry for the princess of the Yu state. Later, the king of Chu gave the sword to his ministers, and it was later discovered. The sword body is engraved with the inscriptions King Gujian of Yu and since Cha used the sword in Niao Chongshu. The scholar Tang Lan has verified that it means King Gujian of Yu has used the sword himself. Item 20. Xuanyuan Sword. Source: ChatGPT. Xuanyuan sword is a famous sword handed down from ancient Chinese myths and legends. It has extremely high mysterious and cultural value and has also been quoted in many literary works, games, and film and television dramas. The following is some basic information about Xuanyuan sword. Origin of the legend. The legend of Xuanyuan sword originated from the Xuanyuan clan of the Yellow Emperor in ancient Chinese myths and legends. According to legend, the Xuanyuan sword was given to the Yellow Emperor by Shennong as a recognition of his courage and wisdom. Characteristics: Xuanyuan sword is described as an outstanding and extremely sharp sword with extraordinary lethality. Mysterious power: Xuanyuan sword is considered to have mysterious power, which can exorcise evil spirits and protect justice. Historical significance: Xuanyuan sword has become one of the important symbols in ancient Chinese culture, representing courage, justice, and wisdom. Literary works: the legend of Xuanyuan sword appears widely in ancient literary works and has become a classic theme praised by many literati. Games and film and television dramas: the legend of Xuanyuan sword has also been quoted in many games and film and television dramas, and has become a favorite element of the audience. It is worth mentioning that although Xuanyuan sword plays an important role in legends and culture, there is actually no definite historical evidence to prove its true existence. It has become more of a symbolic element in Chinese culture and has been passed down and carried forward for thousands of years. Item 21. The 5 Great Swords of the King of Yu. Source: ChatGPT. The 5 Great Swords of King Gujian of Yu are famous swords handed down from ancient times in Chinese history, related to King Gujian of Yu, 496 BC, 465 BC. According to legend, when King Gujian of Yu was under house arrest in the state of Wu, he planned a revenge plan of sleeping on fuel and tasting gall. He used his daily rice grains to accumulate a lot of metal, and finally successfully forged 5 sharp swords, namely Gujian Sword of Yu King, also known as Yu sword. It is the most famous sword forged by King Gujian of Yu. According to legend, King Gujian of Yu used this sword to successfully take revenge and restore the independence of Yu. Invincible sword. It is said that this sword is extremely sharp and can cut iron as well as mud. It is one of the masterpieces of King Gujian of Yu. Anti-evil sword. This sword is said to have the mysterious power to exorcise evil spirits and suppress evil spirits, and can protect the holder of the sword from evil things. Dragon-slaying sword. According to legend, this sword was used to slay dragons and had powerful lethality. Overlord sword. According to legend, this sword symbolizes the spirit of the overlord and was forged by King Gujian of Yu in the process of revenge. It should be pointed out that there is no definite historical evidence for the existence of the 5 swords of King Gujian of Yu, and it is more a part of legends and folktales. These swords have become symbols of courage, wisdom, and determination for revenge in historical legends, adding a lot to Chinese history and culture. Source: Baidu Encyclopedia. The 5 swords of Yu refer to the 5 swords made by Ouyuzi, the envoy of Yun Chang, king of Yu in the spring and autumn period. They are named Zanlu, Chunjun, Shenxi, Yuchang, and Zhuk. See the spring and autumn period of Wu and Yu Hello internal biography by Zhao Ye of the Han Dynasty, and Yu Zhushu the sword of the external biography by Yuan Kong of the Han Dynasty. Li Dayuan of the Northern Wei Dynasty wrote in Shui Jing Zhu Jianzhang Shui, the Rui River in the east. The Uyu River in the spring and autumn annals of Wu is said to have dried up and produced copper to form 5 swords. The Book of Yu Ju, the biography of Yu Ju Wei, the 13th sword. When this sword was made, the mountains of red pansy were broken and tin came out, the stream of Rui dried up and copper came out, the rain master swept and scattered, and the thunder god struck the raft. The dragon holds the stove, and the emperor of heaven holds the charcoal, the Tai looks down, and the spirit of heaven descends. Ouyuye was inspired by the spirit of heaven and learned his tricks, so he created 3 major punishments and 2 minor punishments. One is called Zanlu, the second is called Chunjun, the third is called Shenxi, also known as Panying and Hakeo, and the fourth is called Yuchang, also known as Pangong and Songwen, the fifth is called Zhuk. Zhan Luyan. Zhan Lu is one of the famous swords made by Ouyuzi, a famous swordsmith in the spring and autumn period. The first of the 5 most famous swords in the world. The 3 swords that King Yu Chang presented to King Liao of Wu were to defeat evil spirits, Yuchang and Zanlu. Yuan Kong of the Han Dynasty, Yu Zhushu, Volume 11, Wei Zhuan Sword. Ouyuye was inspired by the spirit of heaven and learned his skills, and created the big punishment 3 and the small punishment 2, one is called Zanlu, and the other is called Chunjun. The third is called Victory over Evil, the fourth is called Fish Intestine, and the fifth is called Giant Quebec. Tang Dynasty's Du Fu's a poetry about Jiangling's wandering. The courtiers also wear military uniforms, and the king wears Zanlu. Lelifa and Wuvuge of the Song Dynasty, I will give you the sword of Zhan Lu Qingping, and you will repay me with the flag of Yi Tai White Magpie. From the mythological description of Yang Ying, the head of the Zanlu Academy in the Yuan Dynasty, we can see how famous the Zanlu sword is. Ouyuzi took his skill and went to the Zanlu mountain, and he was particularly victorious and unparalleled at the foot of it. Set up a furnace. Take tin from the Chaijin mountain, and bring copper to the Rui River. The rain master sprinkles it, the thunder god strikes and chops, the dragon holds the furnace, and the emperor of heaven fills the charcoal. After 3 years of construction, the sword is completed. The completion of the sword is also, the light penetrates the sky, the sun and the moon shine, the stars fight to avoid their anger, the ghosts and gods wail, and the king of Yu and the gods are there. Chronicles of the States of the Eastern Zhou Dynasty written by Feng Menglong of the Ming Dynasty said, Zanlu sword is the essence of hardware and the essence of the sun. When it comes out, it has spirit, and when it is obeyed, it has power. Sahai Records. Zanlu Mountain is located in Songzi County in northern Fujian. It has high mountains and steep mountains, and fog condenses all year round. It is said that it was the place where Oyuiza made swords in the spring and autumn period, so it became famous for its swords. Pure June Sword. Chunjun is a noble and unparalleled sword. During the spring and autumn period, on a sunny afternoon, after several years of hard work and hardship, he finally defeated the Yu King Gojian of the state of Wu. He woke up from a sweet afternoon sleep and felt very comfortable. After drinking a pot of fine new Longjing tea, Gojian happily sent his men to find someone. This person is Xuezhu. Xuezhu was from the Qin state and was traveling in the Yu state at this time. Although Xuezhu is young, he has already become famous all over the world and is known as the best master of Xiangjian in the world. After a while, Xuezhu, who was pretty and elegant, arrived. After the host and guest exchanged polite greetings, they came to the spacious outdoor terrace with their entourage. Gojian, the king of Yu, loved swords. This terrace was several feet high, with a relaxing momentum and abundant light. It was specially used to watch and admire swords. After sitting down, Gojian glanced at Xuezhu beside him. He thought that although this young man was young, he had read many swords. It would be difficult for him to detect ordinary swords. So, as soon as Gojian opened his mouth, he asked his subordinates to get his own sword. Two proud swords, Hakeo and Juk. Unexpectedly, Xuezhu looked at it casually and said casually, both swords have shortcomings. The brilliance of the two swords is weak, and the texture of the giant sword is thicker. They cannot be regarded as precious swords. After that, he was still there. I yawned lazily in the warm sunshine. Gojian was surprised and felt very embarrassed. He thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and gave a few instructions in the ear of a personal attendant. After a while, the attendant led hundreds of armored warriors to escort a sword to the audience. Xuezhu felt funny and asked, what kind of sword did the king bring when he mobilized the army like this? Gojian was a little unhappy with Xuezhu's attitude, and he spit out two words angrily, Chunjun. With a crack sound, Xuezhu fell down from his seat. The gold hairpin that bound his hair fell to the ground. His long hair fell down, and his face suddenly became frozen and dull. After a long while, he suddenly woke up and saw him leaping down the steps on tiptoes, coming to the sword, bowing deeply, then arranging his clothes with a solemn expression, and took the sword from the waiter's hand. After carefully knocking and weighing it for a few times, he slowly pulled the sword out of its sheath. I saw a ball of brilliance blooming like a hibiscus emerging from the water, graceful and clear. The carvings on the hilt were like stars moving around, shining with deep light. The sword body and the sun were integrated like clear water flowing through a pond calmly and soothingly, while the blade was like the cliff standing thousands of feet high was lofty and majestic. After a long time, Xuezhu I asked in a trembling voice, is this Chunjun? Gojian nodded, yes, he continued proudly, someone wants to use thousands of feet to do you think it's okay to send a horse to 3 wealthy towns and 2 big cities in exchange for this sword? Xuezhu quickly said, it can't be exchanged. Gojian frowned pretentiously and asked, why? Please tell me the truth. Xuezhu said loudly and excitedly, because this sword is a unique work made by heaven and man. To cast this sword, the Red Pansy Mountain broke out of tin for thousands of years, and the Rui River dried up for thousands of years to produce copper. When the sword was forged, Thunder God forged the iron, Rain Lady poured water, the dragon held the stove, and the emperor loaded the charcoal. The master swordsmith Oyuizi accepted the order of heaven and worked hard with the gods to forge and grind the sword for 10 years before it was completed. After the sword was completed, the gods returned to heaven. Chijinshan mountain is closed as before, the waves of the Rui River rise again. Oyuizi also died of exhaustion. This sword has become the last song. What is the point of a mere horse city? Gojian nodded frequently with satisfaction, that makes sense, that's right. It's a priceless treasure, I will treasure it forever. Sword of victory over evil. When Oyuizi made the sword, he thought that there was evil in the sword. Every inch he made the sword more evil, so it was called winning evil. One of the 5 swords made by Ouyuizi during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, ranking 3rd, it was a small sword. King Helu of Wu once obtained it. Helu used it to conduct sacrifices. When Ouyuizi made this sword, he said, "Every time I make a sword, I make an evil," so the name of this sword is Shensi. Yuju Volume 11 records, Ouyuizi was inspired by the spirit of heaven and learned his tricks, so he created the 3rd major punishment and the 2nd minor punishment. One is called Zanlu, the 2nd is called Chunjun, the 3rd is called Shensi, and the 4th is called fish intestine. Wu Juk. When the king of Wu closed his palace, he obtained the evil spirits and fish intestines. If the house is unruly, if the child dies, the child will be killed to give it away. Fish intestine sword. The name of the sword is fish intestine. It got its name from the fact that it was placed in the belly of a fish when stabbing king officials. Although the sword has a sharp edge, it does not have the god that the books call it. The so-called creation by Ouyuizi, Qianzhong and his ilk are all lies made by various schools of thought, and there is no official history. The spring and autumn period of Wu and Yu. The biography of Wang Liao's envoy Gongzi Guang states, the envoy's Wanzu placed a sword in the intestines of a fish and burned it in the fish. This means that a very small dagger can be hidden in the belly of the fish. Wu Yu Chun Chu, the king of Wu obtained 3 swords presented by Yu. One is called Yacheng, the 2nd is called Panying, and the 3rd is called Zanlu. One is called Hao Cao. One theory is that the sword's folds and folds are as curved as the intestines of a fish. See Huinanzishiu Wusuan, if you use a pure hook to fish intestines, it will not break when struck, and it will not penetrate when stabbed. Hengao noted. See Song Shen Kuo's Mensi by Tan Chi Yang. Giant sword. According to legend, it was cast by Ouyuizi during the spring and autumn period. Ganjiang, Moxie, Juk, and Pilu are known as the 4 great swords. The giant tower is blunt and heavy. The word K means incomplete, but it is so strong that no other sword dares to compete with it. The records about Juk are as follows. Juk, Yu Wang Yun Chang ordered Ouyuizi to forge 5 swords, Juk, Chunjun, Zanlu, Shensi, also known as Panying, and Yacheng. They were all extremely sharp, with Juk being the sharpest. Juk sword, the blade is 3 feet long and has 3 sides. The handle is 7 inches long. The blade is about 5 inches wide. It weighs about 5 kilograms. When it is swung, the sword energy is vertical and horizontal. It was cast by Ouyuizi, a famous craftsman from the Yu Kingdom. It is also the finest sword of Su Fei. Unparalleled weapon. Item 22. China's top 10 swords. Source: ChatGPT. There are many famous swords in Chinese history. The criteria for selecting the top 10 famous swords of China vary slightly depending on the era and region, but the following lists some representative famous swords. Yaishan sword, also known as the Yaishan dragon sword and Yaishan sword and dragon sword, it is a sword advocated by Ming Jiaowuji and is said to have invincible supernatural powers. Dragon slaying sword, also known as the dragon slaying sword in the Legend of Heaven and Dragon Slaying, and together with the Heaven slaying sword, they are collectively known as the Heaven slaying dragon. Zanlu sword, also known as Zanlu sword, in ancient legends it is a magical weapon in the hands of the Jade Emperor, with extremely powerful magical effects. Tan State sword, the bronze sword unearthed from the ancient Tan State has extremely high historical value and cultural relic value. King Gujian sword of Yu, one of the 5 famous swords forged by King Gujian of Yu. It is one of the famous swords handed down from generation to generation in Chinese history. It is said to have invincible edge. Tai sword, the divine sword in ancient legends. According to legend, it was cast by Yu the Great and has extraordinary magical power. Japanese sword, also known as Japanese sword, it is a traditional Japanese samurai sword, famous for its exquisite craftsmanship and sharp blade. Gentle sword, In ancient legends, it was cast to commend scholars with both talent and learning, symbolizing the way of civil servants. Long Yuan sword, a divine sword in ancient legends. According to legend, it was forged by Liu Dongbin and possesses mysterious and extraordinary power. Long Chuan sword, famous for its exquisite craftsmanship and exquisite blade writing, it is one of the famous ancient swords in Chinese history. Listed above are some representative famous swords in Chinese history. They are of extremely high value in history, culture, and art. However, it should be noted that there is a lack of precise historical evidence for the existence or absence of some of these famous swords, as well as the authenticity of their myths and legends, and they have become more of an important element in Chinese culture. Source: Baidu Encyclopedia. The 10 famous swords refer to Xianyuan, Zanlu, Chixiao, Taiye, Qixing Long Yuan, Ganjiang, Moxi, Yuchang, Chunjun, and Chengying. Records of the top 10 famous swords are mostly found in ancient books or ancient legends, such as historical records, Yuzhishu, Liezi, Wuyu Chunkaiyu, etc. Among the top 10 famous swords, some are real and some are just the product of legends or literary renderings. 10th, the exquisite and elegant sword Qinjiang. One dawn in ancient times, when the sky was black and white, a pair of hands slowly rose up. There is a sword hilt in his hands. Only the hilt is missing, but the sword body is not visible, but a shadow of the sword is faintly cast on the north wall. The shadow of the sword only lasted for a moment, and then disappeared with the coming of day. Until dusk, when the sky gradually darkened, at the moment when day and night intertwined, the erratic sword shadow appeared again. The raised hands drew an elegant arc and waved towards a tall ancient pine nearby. There was a gentle chicking sound in the ears, and the tree body shook slightly, but no change was seen. However, not long after, the lush pine trees fell slowly in a gentle south wind, and the flat and protruding rings of growth rings showed the passage of time. The sky became darker, the long sword became invisible again, the ancient twilight closed silently, and there was silence between heaven and earth. This invisible long sword is the famous sword that was cast in the Shang dynasty and later hidden by Kong Zhou, a Weiguo in the spring and autumn period, who was praised by Liezi and Liezi Tangwen. Chengying is a delicate and elegant sword. The story can be found in Liezi Tangwen. 9th, the noble and unparalleled sword Chunjun. During the spring and autumn period, on a sunny afternoon, after several years of hard work, Gojian, the king of Yu, finally defeated the king of Wu. He woke up after a sweet nap and felt very comfortable. After drinking a pot of fine new Longjing tea, Gojian happily sent his men to find someone. This person is Xuezhu. Xuezhu was from the Qin state and was traveling in the Yu state at this time. Although Xuezhu is young, he has already become famous all over the world and is known as the best master of Xiangjian in the world. After a while, Xuezhu, who was pretty and elegant, arrived. After the host and guest exchanged polite greetings, they came to the spacious outdoor terrace with their entourage. Gojian, the king of Yu, loved swords. This terrace was several feet high, with a relaxing momentum and abundant light. It was specially used to watch and admire swords. After sitting down, Gojian glanced at Xuezhu beside him. He thought that although this young man was young, he had read countless swords. It would be difficult for him to detect ordinary swords. So as soon as he opened his mouth, he asked his subordinates to get the sword that he was quite proud of. 2 swords, Hakeo and Juk. Unexpectedly, Xuezhu glanced at it casually and said casually, both swords have shortcomings. The brilliance of the 2 swords is weak, and the texture of the giant sword is thicker. They cannot be regarded as swords. After that, he also said, I yawned lazily in the warm sunshine. Gojian was quite surprised and felt very humiliated. He thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and gave a few instructions in the ear of a personal attendant. After a while, the attendant led hundreds of armored warriors and escorted a sword to the audience. Xuezhu felt amused and asked, the king mobilized troops like this, what kind of sword did he bring? Go Jian was a little unhappy with Xuezhu's attitude, and spit out 2 words angrily, Chunjun. Just hearing a crack, Xuezhu fell down from his seat. The gold hairpin that bound his hair fell to the ground, and his long hair fell down. His face suddenly froze and dulled, and he suddenly woke up after a long while. I saw him tiptoeing to the ground, leaping down the steps, coming to the sword, bowing deeply, then arranging his clothes with a solemn expression, taking the sword from the waiter's hand, knocking it carefully a few times. After weighing it for a few times, he slowly pulled the sword out of its sheath. I saw a ball of brilliance blooming out, like a hibiscus emerging from the water, graceful and clear. The carvings on the hilt moved like stars, shining with deep light. The sunlight on the sword was integrated into one body, like clear water flowing over a pond, calm and soothing. The blade of the sword is like a cliff standing thousands of feet high, lofty and majestic. After a long time, Xuezhu asked in a trembling voice, "Is this Chunjun?" Go Jian nodded and said, "Yes," and continued proudly, "Someone wants to trade 1,000 horses, 3 rich villages, and 2 big cities for this sword. Do you think that's okay?" Xuezhu quickly said, "It cannot be changed." Go Jian frowned artificially and asked, "Why? Please tell me the truth." Xuezhu said loudly and excitedly, "Because this sword is a unique work made by heaven and man. To cast this sword, the Red Pansy Mountain broke out of tin for thousands of years, and the Rui River dried up for thousands of years to produce copper. When the sword was forged, Thunder God forged the iron, Yunyang poured water, the dragon held the stove, and the Emperor of Heaven filled the charcoal. The master swordsmith Ouyuzi accepted the order of heaven and worked hard with the gods for 10 years before the sword was completed. After the sword was completed, the gods after returning to heaven, Chichen Mountain is closed as before, the waves of Rui River rise again, Ouyuzi also died of exhaustion, this sword has become a last song, what is the meaning of a mere horse city?" Go Jian nodded repeatedly with satisfaction, "That makes sense. Since it is a priceless treasure, I will treasure it forever. Chunjun is a noble and unparalleled sword." The story is found in Yuzhishu. 8th, the Sword of Courage, Fish Intestine. When the black iron-like eagle flew towards the main hall, Zhuangzi was also walking up to the hall carrying plum blossoms, phoenix, and squid cooked by himself. The sun is hunting in the sky, and the eagle is flying as fast as ever. The soldiers were displayed in the main hall, Zhuangzi moving forward steadily. The clouds were stunned by the flying eagle's momentum and began to swim away one after another. Wang Liao was attracted by the fragrance of the vegetables in Zhuangzi's hand. He raised his nose and bowed forward. He only saw the vegetables but not Zhuangzi. "That dish is called plum blossom phoenix anchovy ji. Maihua is a cold plum in severe winter. Phoenix anchovy is an anchovy in Tahoe Lake that only appears in the hot summer. Zhizi uses branches of cold winter plums to grill anchovies from Tahoe Lake in midsummer." Fei Ying had already seen the outline of the main hall, and the sky suddenly darkened. Zhuangzi had already come to Wang Liao and put the dishes on the table. The lights in the hall are still on, dark clouds are rolling in the sky, and the big eagle has folded its wings. Wang Liao swallowed his saliva and looked at the delicious food in front of him. Zhuangzi was steadily breaking off the fish with his hands. With the sound of thunder, the flying eagle volleyed down towards the main hall. King Liao suddenly felt a bit of murderous aura shooting out of the fish's belly and was stunned. The fish intestine sword has been unsheathed, the belly of the fish, nestled firmly in Zhuangzi's hand, and moved forward quickly. 2 well-trained iron swords crossed in front of him, and the fish intestine sword passed through the gap, still advancing rapidly. There are 3 layers of Suani armor in front of him. The first layer penetrated, the second layer penetrated, and when it penetrated the third layer, Yuchang's sword found that it had become a broken sword. The sword was broken, but the murderous intent was not broken, and the fish intestine sword still moved forward. When the flying eagle shattered the hall, the fish intestine sword also thrust into King Liao's heart. When the flying eagle was injured and fell, he whistled with satisfaction. The half-broken fish intestine sword hummed a silent song to King Liao's weakening heartbeat. Xuanzhu, who was knocked down by the rain of swords, used his last bit of strength to smile a lonely smile towards the ground beneath his face. Hu Xuanzhu stabbed the king's official, and the flying eagle struck the palace. Fish intestine is a sword of great courage. The story can be found in historical records. Assassin's biography. 67. Sword of True Love, Ganjiang, Moi. Ganjiang and Moi are two swords, but no one can separate them. Ganjiang and Moi are two people, and no one can separate them. Ganjiang and Mosiet are two swords forged by Ganjiang and Mosiet. Ganjiang is the male sword, and Moi is the female sword. A go-getter is a husband and Moyet is a wife. Go-getters are hard-working, while Moi is gentle. When the generals were forging swords for King Wu, Moi fanned the generals and wiped their sweat. 3 months passed, Ganjiang sighed, and Moi shed tears. Mosiet knew why Ganjiang sighed, because the essence of gold and iron collected from the 5 mountains and 6 rivers in the furnace could not be melted, and the sword could not be made without the iron being melted. Ganjiang also knew why Mosiet was crying, because if the sword could not be made, he would have to be killed by the king of Wu. One night, Moi suddenly laughed. Seeing Mosiet smiling, Ganjiang suddenly became frightened. He knew why Mosiet was smiling and said to Mosiet, "Mosiet, you must not do it." Moi didn't say anything, she just smiled. When Ganjiang woke up, he found that Moi was not around. Like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, he knew where Moi was. Moi stood on the wall of the towering sword-making furnace, with her skirt flying like a fairy. She saw the figure of the general running quickly from a distance in the dim morning light. She smiled, and she heard the hoarse shout of the general, "Moi!" Moi was still smiling, but tears were also flowing down at the same time. Ganjiang also shed tears. In the blur of tears, he saw Mosiet falling and heard Mosiet finally say to him, "Ganjiang, I am not dead, we will still be together." The molten iron melted and the sword was successfully cast. One male and one female, named Ganjiang Moi. Ganjiang only dedicated Ganjiang to the king of Wu. The news that Ganjiang secretly hid Moi was soon known to the king of Wu, and the warriors surrounded Ganjiang. Ganjiang surrendered, opened the sword box and desperately asked inside, "Moi, how can we be together?" The sword suddenly jumped out of the box, turned into a beautiful white dragon, and flew away. At the same time, the go-getters suddenly disappeared without a trace. When the go-getters disappeared, the go-getter's sword beside King Wu also disappeared. Thousands of miles away in the desolate Pingkung County, a young white dragon suddenly appeared in a large lake called Yanpingjin, Yanping Lake. This white dragon is beautiful and kind-hearted, calling for wind and rain for the people. The desolate Ficheng County gradually has good weather and good harvests, and the name of the county is also changed from Ficheng to Fengcheng. However, local people often find that this white dragon is looking at the lake in Yanpingjin almost every day, as if waiting for something. Some people also see it often with tears in its eyes. 600 years later, by chance, Lei Huan, the magistrate of Fengcheng County, dug out a stone box from the ground while building the city wall. There was a sword in it, with the word Ganjiang clearly engraved on it. Lei Huan was extremely happy and took this famous sword with him. One day, Lei Huan was passing by Yanpingjin Lake. The sword in his waist suddenly jumped out of its sheath and jumped into the water. While Lei Huan was in shock, the water surged and a black and white dragon jumped out. The two dragons nodded frequently to Lei Huan to express their gratitude, and then the two dragons entangled their necks affectionately, and both dived into the water and disappeared. People who have lived in Fengcheng County for generations discovered that the white dragon that looked at Yanpingjin Lake with tears every day and was said to have existed for more than 600 years suddenly disappeared. But the next day, an ordinary young couple moved into the county. The husband is an excellent blacksmith with very exquisite skills, but he only forges ordinary farm tools that can make little money, but refuses to forge weapons that are worth $1,000. When he was working, his little wife was always beside him fanning him and wiping his sweat. Ganjiang and Moxie are a pair of swords of love. The story can be found in Wu Yu Chun Chu, Su Shenji and Shi Yiji. 5th, the Sword of Integrity and Nobility 7 stars Longjai Yuan. This sword is said to have been forged by two great swordsmen, Oyu Yizi and Ganjiang. Oyu Yizi and General Qian made the sword, cut open Sishan Mountain, released the mountain stream, and led it to 7 pools surrounded by the Big Dipper next to the sword-making furnace, which are called 7 stars. After the sword is completed, looking down at the sword body is like climbing a high mountain and looking down into the abyss. It is ethereal and deep, as if there is a giant dragon lying on its back. It's called Long Yuan. Although the craftsmanship of this sword is exquisite, its fame is still due to ordinary fishermen who cannot know its real name, Yu Zhangguren. It is said that Wu Zixu was killed by a treacherous minister and fled to the end of the world. He was chased by Chu's soldiers and horses. On this day, he panicked and fled to the bank of the Yangtze River. He saw only the mighty river and its vast waves. There was a huge flood in front of him, and there were pursuers behind him. When he was extremely anxious, Wu Zixu found a small boat coming rapidly upstream, and the fishermen on the boat kept calling him to get on the boat. After Wu Zixu got on the boat quickly disappeared into the reed marsh and disappeared. The pursuers on the shore left in anger. The fishermen carried Wu Zixu to the shore and gave him food and wine to have a feast. Wu Zixu thanked him profusely and asked him his name. The fisherman laughed and said that he wandered on the waves, so there was no use for his name. He could just be called Yu Zhangguren. Wu Zixu thanked him and said goodbye. After walking a few steps, he turned around and went back. He took off the sword handed down from his ancestors for 3 generations from his waist, Kixing Long Yuan. He wanted to give this sword worth 1,000 gold to his father-in-law to express his gratitude, and asked his father-in-law to express his gratitude. Never reveal your whereabouts. The father-in-law took the 7-star Long Yuan sword, looked up to the sky and sighed, and said to Wu Zixu, I saved you just because you are a loyal person of the country, and I have no intention of repaying you. Now, you still suspect that I am greedy for profit and have little trust, so I have to use this sword to show my nobility. After saying that, he stabbed himself with a horizontal sword. Wu Zixu felt inexplicably regretful. Later, this sword was passed down to the Tang dynasty and was renamed Longchuan to avoid the taboo of the great ancestor Li Yuan. Kixing Long Yuan is a sword of integrity and purity. The story can be found in Wu Yu Chun Chu. 4th, the Sword of Power Taiyue. The capital of Chu state has been besieged by Jin soldiers and horses for 3 years. The Jin state sent troops to attack Chu because they wanted to obtain the Chu state's national treasure, Taiyue sword. Everyone says that the Taiyue sword was forged by 2 great swordsmen, Oyu Yizi and Ganjiang. However, the 2 masters did not think so. They said that the Taiyue sword was a powerful sword of the princes. It had already existed, but it was invisible and had no trace. However, the sword energy had already existed between heaven and earth. It was only waiting for the opportunity to condense. The right time, right place, and man and the 3 realms are unified, and this sword is completed. The Jin state was the most powerful at that time, and the king of Jin certainly believed that he was the most qualified to get this sword. However, contrary to expectations, the sword was forged in the weak Chu state. When the sword was drawn out, the word Taiyue in seal script was naturally engraved on the sword body, which shows that what Oyu Yet and Ganjiang said was true. Of course, the king of Jin could not swallow this breath, so he asked the king of Chu for a sword, but the king of Chu refused, so the king of Jin sent troops to attack Chu, intending to take the opportunity to destroy the Chu state in the name of asking for the sword. Due to the huge disparity in military strength, most of Chu's cities fell quickly, and the capital was also surrounded. After 3 years of siege, the city ran out of food and grass, and there were no soldiers left. It was in danger. On this day, the Jin state sent an envoy to issue an ultimatum: if you don't hand over your sword again, the city will be captured tomorrow, and everyone will be destroyed by then. The king of Chu was unyielding and ordered his left and right officials to go to the top of the city to kill the enemy in person tomorrow. If the city is destroyed, he will kill himself with this sword. Then he will pick up the sword from left and right, ride a fast horse to the big lake, sink the sword to the bottom of the lake, and let Tai sword stay in Chu kingdom forever. At dawn the next day, the king of Chu climbed to the top of the city and saw Jin soldiers and horses outside the city covering the sky. His capital was like a small boat in the ocean, in danger of being destroyed at any time. The soldiers and horses of the Jin state began to attack the city. The shouts were like a roaring mountain and a tsunami, and the city was about to be destroyed. The king of Chu held the sword in both hands and sighed, "Tai sword, Tai sword, I will use my own blood to sacrifice you today." Then he unsheathed the sword and pointed it directly at the enemy. An incredible miracle occurred: a majestic sword energy was shot out, and sand and rocks flew instantly outside the city, covering the sky and the sun, as if a beast was roaring among them. The Jin army was in chaos. After a while, the flag fell to the ground, blood flowed for thousands of miles, and the entire army was wiped out. After this incident, the king of Chu summoned Feng Huzi, a wise man in the country, and asked, "Why is the Tai sword so powerful?" Feng Beard said to him, "The Tai sword is a sword of majesty, and the majesty of the heart is the true majesty. The king is in adversity and is unyielding. This is the outstanding expression of the majesty of the heart. It is the majesty of the king's heart. Arouse the power of Tai sword's sword energy. Tai is a mighty sword." The story is found in Yu Jushu. 3rd, the sword of the Emperor Chixiao. During the Qin dynasty, there was such a young man who had no future and was full of problems. He is lazy and never does the farm work at home. He was a drinker and would often get drunk into a puddle. He is lustful and can't move his legs when he sees a beautiful girl. He has no manners and is careless with both officials and people. The most annoying thing is that he lies and brags a lot. He often asked people to look at the 72 moles on his left leg. They didn't say it was a skin disease but said it was a celestial diagram. He often looked at Xian Yang from a distance, shook his head and sighed, "Hey, this is what a man should do." His lies were getting more and more outrageous. He got a rusty iron rod from nowhere and told the villagers that it was a sword he got from the Nanshan Immortal, and its name was Qi Xiao. He regards it as a treasure and never leaves his body with the sword all day long. He also said that he was not a human but a red dragon in the sky. His braggadocio got louder and louder. He said that he had known the first emperor for a long time and said that the first emperor was the white dragon. He also said that the first emperor was inferior to him because he was a red dragon with greater magic power, and he would replace him and become emperor in the future. He also said that he knew that the first emperor's vitality had turned into a white snake and was swimming near Feng's eyes recently. He said he wanted to kill the white snake, and while he was talking, he gestured with the iron rod he had picked up. People regarded his words as jokes and big words, and no one believed them. However, one night, everything changed. That night, dozens of young people from the countryside who had gone to work as apprentices in the county walked to Feng Zizi. This young man was among them, but he did not go to work but joined in the fun, taking out a wine flask and drinking as they walked. The group of people stopped when they reached Feng Xize. Oddly enough, people who went to the county to work as apprentices often disappeared inexplicably near Feng's eyes recently, so to be on the safe side, we sent an agile young man to take a few steps to investigate. After a while, the spy was so frightened that he fled back with a pale face. He said that he smelled a faint fishy smell in front of him after walking for a while, so he climbed up a big tree and looked out, and saw a huge and vicious white snake blocking the road, as if waiting. "What?" The crowd was shocked and no longer dared to move forward. At this time, the young man separated from the others and walked forward, saying that the white snake was waiting for him and that he would kill it. As he spoke, he pulled out the iron rod and staggered on his feet. It seemed that he had been drinking all the way and was already drunk. People held their breath and looked at his crooked back, saying in their hearts, "This silly boy." One night passed and the young man did not come back. People knew that he must have become a delicious meal for the snake. The clouds cleared and the fog cleared, and everyone moved on. After walking for a while, they suddenly saw a huge white snake cut into two parts and thrown on the roadside. After walking a few miles further, I found the young man lying on the roadside, soundly asleep. There was a cloud covering his body, and a red dragon was flying lazily around in the cloud. The iron rod in his hand disappeared, replaced by a sword decorated with colorful beads and 9-flower jade, with a cold light and a blade like frost and snow. 2 seal characters were clearly engraved on the sword, Qi Xiao. At this moment, everyone believed that what the young man said was true. This young man is Liu Bang, and this sword is the Qixiao sword that killed the snake uprising. Qixiao is an imperial sword. Second, Sword of Benevolence Zanlu. Zanlu is also known as Zanlu. Zanlu is a sword and an eye. Zanlu, Zhan is black. This completely black long sword makes people feel not its sharpness, but its generosity and kindness. It is like a deep and discerning black eye of God, watching every move of the kings and princes. If the ruler is capable and has a sword at his side, the country will prosper. The king is incompetent, the sword flies away and the country is ruined. The essence of hardware is the essence of the sun. When it comes out, there is spirit, and when it is obeyed, there is power. When Ouyuizi forged the sword, he couldn't help crying while holding it, because he finally fulfilled his lifelong dream, to forge an indestructible weapon without any murderous intent. According to legend, after the Zanlu sword was released, it was acquired by the king of Yu and later passed on to King Gujian of Yu. Because Gujian was defeated in the battle, he had no choice but to give the Zanlu sword to King Wu Fuka as a tribute. However, King Wu was unruly, so Zhan Luyan left on his own and flew to the side of King Chu, a famous king in the world. From then on, Zhan Luyan became a representative of justice and benevolence. It is said that the benevolent are invincible. Zanlu is a sword of benevolence. First, Sword of the Holy Dao Xuan Yuan. The copper collected by the gods from the first mountain was cast by the Yellow Emperor and later passed down to Xia Yu. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, and the other side is engraved with mountains, rivers, and vegetation. On one side of the sword's hilt is written the art of farming and raising livestock, and on the other side is written the strategy of unifying the 4 seas. Xian Yuan Xia Yu sword. What else can we say about such a sword? Legend has it that Huangdi used this sword to kill Qi Yu. Huangdi, Xia Yu. What else can we say about these 2 people? Courage, wisdom, benevolence, everything comes down to 2 words, the Holy Way. The Xian Yuan Xia Yu sword is a sword of the Holy Way. Records of the top 10 famous swords are mostly found in ancient books or ancient legends, such as historical records, Yu Zhuoshu, Liezi, and Wu Chunkaiu. Some of them are real and some are just the product of legends or literary renderings, but there is no doubt that, as representatives of the sword culture that is part of the Chinese civilization, the top 10 famous swords symbolize a certain kind of moral integrity, and justice of the Chinese nation to a large extent. The common sayings about the 10 famous swords are, Xian Yuan, Zanlu, Qixiao, Taie, Qixing Long Yuan, Ganjiang, Moxi, Yucheng, Chunjun, Chengying. There is another saying, the 10 famous swords, Shenzi, Chunjun, Zanlu, Juk, Yucheng, Taie, Long Yuan, Gongbu, Ganjiang, Moxi. Among them, Taie, Long Yuan, Gongbu, Zanlu, Juk, Yucheng, Chunjun, Shenzi were cast by Ouyuizi. Ouyuizi, around 514 BC, was a native of Yu from the late spring and autumn period to the early Warring States period. The originator of sword making in ancient China. Founder of Longquan sword. When Ouyuizi was born, there were conflicts among the countries in the Eastern Zhou dynasty. Chu successively annexed 45 countries south of the Yangtze River. The state of Yu became a vassal state of King Chu Ling. Item 23. 3 evil knives in ancient times. Source: ChatGPT. The 3 great evil swords of antiquity are 3 magical swords known for their evil power in ancient Chinese literature and myths and legends. Their names are Ganjiang Moi. Ganjiang and Moi are a couple in ancient Chinese myths and legends. They are considered to be ancient gods. The evil magic sword created by Ganjiang is called Ganjiang Moi. This knife is said to be extremely lethal and can break mountains and rocks. Kong Tong sword. Kong Tong sword is a famous sword in ancient legends. According to legend, it was cast by Fuxi and is also considered an evil sword. The Kong Tong sword is described as extremely sharp and possessing destructive power. Tai sword. Tai sword is also called Fuxi's Tai sword. According to legend, it was cast by Fuxi and is also an evil magic weapon. It is said that the Tai sword has unparalleled magical power and can break mountains and rocks and suppress evil spirits. These 3 evil knives are often described in ancient legends and literature as possessing powerful evil power, capable of causing great damage and destruction. They have become important elements in ancient Chinese mythology and culture, and have also been widely spread in literature, drama, and other artistic works. It should be pointed out that there is no definite historical evidence for the existence of these knives, and it has become more of a mysterious legend in Chinese culture. Source: Baidu Encyclopedia. The 3 evil knives of ancient times refer to the 3 swords of Dragon Fang, Tiger Wing, and Dog God in the online article. They are called the 3 evil swords of ancient times. The online article says that they were owned by Ji, the monarch of the late Xia dynasty. Later, the 3 swords were destroyed due to tyranny. Enshrined in the ancestral temple of Xia dynasty. There is no record in official history or unofficial history. At the end of the Xia dynasty, it was owned by the monarch Ji. After the tyranny began, the 3 swords were enshrined in the ancestral temple of the Xia dynasty. According to records, when Shang Tang invaded the ancestral temple of the Xia dynasty, black clouds covered the sky, ghosts cried and gods howled, and the 3 evil swords of Dragon Fang, Tiger Wing, and Dog God turned into 3 evil winds and struck, causing numerous casualties to the Shang army. King Tang abandoned his weapon and dismounted, and broke into the main hall of the ancestral temple alone with Xian Yuan's sword in his hand. He swung his sword and slashed 3 evil swords into pieces and sealed them underground. The times have changed. Han Qi, a famous blacksmith from the northern Song dynasty, discovered the ruins of the Shang dynasty ancestral temple in a deep mountain. He opened the seal and obtained the fragments of the 3 evil swords of Dragon Teeth, Tiger Wings, and Dog Gods. At that time, there was a faint trace of black in the broken iron. Qi will explode when touched. Later, Han Qi and the palace swordsmith worked together to cast it. It took 1 year and 8 days to cast the 3 guillotines for subduing the dragon, subduing the tiger, and killing the dog. It was approved by the emperor of the Song dynasty and stored in Kaifeng Mansion. Bao Zheng, the then Yin of Kaifeng Mansion, became the first sword holder of the Kaifeng 3 guillotines. After being shattered by the Xian Yuan sword thousands of years ago, the 3 evil weapons were sealed for many years, and later became the 3 guillotines of the blue sky representing the righteousness of the world. Later, when Bao Gong died, the dog-killing dog was stolen and the dog god was rebuilt with the blood of thousands of people. Item 24. Chinese famous sword. Source: ChatGPT. There are many famous swords in Chinese history. They have become cultural treasures due to their exquisite craftsmanship, historical background, or legends. The following are some famous swords in Chinese history. Tan State Sword. The bronze sword unearthed from the ancient Tan state has extremely high historical value and cultural relic value. Ancient Ba sword, according to legend, it was cast by Dayu of the Xia dynasty and has extraordinary magical power. Qinglong sword, legend has it that it was Xiang Yu's sword and is considered to have special historical and cultural value. Zanlu sword, according to ancient legend, it is a magical weapon in the hands of the Jade Emperor. It has extremely powerful magical effects. Qinggujian sword of Yu, one of the 5 famous swords forged by Qinggujian of Yu, it is one of the famous swords handed down from generation to generation in Chinese history. Tai sword, legend has it that it was forged by Fuxi and has unparalleled magical power. Yishan sword, also known as the Yishan dragon sword and Yishan sword and dragon sword, it is a sword advocated by Ming Jiaowuji and is said to have invincible supernatural powers. Longquan sword, famous for its exquisite craftsmanship and exquisite blade writing, it is one of the famous ancient swords in Chinese history. True immortal sword, according to legend, the divine sword held by Laozi, the founder of Taoism, has extraordinary power. Qingping sword, also known as the sword held by Huang Yaoshi, the Condor hero in the legend of the Condor heroes, it is known as the treasure of the Huashan sect. These famous swords have extremely high value in Chinese history and culture, and have also become classic themes in literature, drama, and other artistic works. It should be pointed out that there is a lack of definite historical evidence as to the existence of these swords and the authenticity of their myths and legends, which have become more of an important element in Chinese culture. Item 25. Chinese famous sword. Source: ChatGPT. There are many famous swords in Chinese history, which have become cultural treasures due to their exquisite craftsmanship, historical background, or legends. The following are some famous swords in Chinese history. Founding sword, the sword used by Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, is known as the best sword in the world. Longquan sword, famous for its exquisite craftsmanship and exquisite blade writing, it is one of the famous ancient swords in Chinese history. Qijue sword, according to legend, it was cast by Liu Buwei during the Warring States period and is known as the best sword in the world. Jing Kei's sword to assassinate the king of Qin, it is said that Jing Kei used the sword to assassinate Qin Shi Huang. Gentle sword, in ancient legends, it was cast to commend scholars with both talent and learning, symbolizing the way of civil servants. Zhenguan sword, the sword used by Emperor Taizong Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty, has extremely high historical value. Wugo sword, according to legend, it was cast by Sun Quan and has extremely high historical and cultural value. Tai sword, legend has it that it was forged by Fuxi and has unparalleled magical power. Moi sword, a famous sword in ancient legends. According to legend, it was forged by generals, and is known as cutting off seats to sever righteousness. Chen Tuan sword, according to legend, it was cast by Chen Tuan, a calligrapher of the Tang dynasty. It has extremely high historical and artistic value. These famous swords have extremely high value in Chinese history and culture, and have also become classic themes in literature, drama, and other artistic works. It should be pointed out that there is a lack of precise historical evidence for the existence or absence of these knives and the authenticity of their myths and legends, which have become more of an important element in Chinese culture. Item 26. Ouyuizi. Source: ChatGPT. Ouyuizi, the famous craftsman, also known as Yu Yangshu, was a famous blacksmith and metallurgist in ancient China. His skills enjoyed a high reputation in ancient China. The following is some basic information about Ouyuizi. Life: Ouyuizi was active during the Warring States period in China, from about the 4th century BC to the 3rd century BC. He was a native of the Chu state during the Warring States period. Skills: Ouyuizi is famous for his exquisite smelting skills and sword-making skills, and is known as the most famous blacksmith in ancient China. Famous swords passed down from generation to generation. According to legend, the sword cast by Ouyuizi was not only extremely sharp, but also had the craftsman's name or inscription on the blade, making it a famous sword passed down from generation to generation. Legend: There are many legends about Ouyuizi, the most famous of which is that he was tortured and pierced his own stomach, and then used his own heart to forge a famous sword. This legend symbolizes his supreme pursuit and dedication to the art of blacksmithing. Literary image: Ouyuizi has also become an important cultural symbol in Chinese literature and history. His legendary stories are widely sung in ancient literary works, dramas, and legends. Cultural influence: Ouyuizi not only achieved excellence in his skills, but also became an important representative of Chinese culture. His story embodies the spirit of perseverance and pursuit of excellence in Chinese culture. In general, Ouyuizi is a representative figure of ancient Chinese metallurgy and blacksmith skills. His legendary stories and superb skills have become an important element in Chinese culture and are also admired and praised by future generations. Source: Wikipedia. Ouyuizi was a native of Yu from the late spring and autumn period to the early Warring States period. The originator of sword making in ancient China. According to the Yu Zhuoshu, he made 5 swords for King Yuncheng of Yu, Zanlu, Zhuk, Shenxi, Yuchang, and Chunjun, and made 3 famous swords for King Zhao of Chu, Longyuan and Taiye. Work cloth. According to legend, his daughter was named Moi and Qianzhong was her son-in-law. The 2 swords of Qianzhong Moi were made by his daughter and son-in-law. Item 27. Ganjiang. Source: ChatGPT. Jie with Macron Anjiang is a famous blacksmith in ancient Chinese myths and legends. He and Mo-Xie are known as the ancient divine craftsmen. Here is some basic information about go-getters. Identity: Ganjiang and Mo-Xie were the master craftsmen of the Chu state during the Warring States period in ancient China, and were known as the best among the ancient master craftsmen. Sword-making skills: Ganjiang is famous for his exquisite sword-making skills, and the swords he forged are known as one of the famous swords in ancient China. Moi's sword: Ganjiang and Moi jointly forged a sword named Moi, which is said to be an invincible magic weapon with extremely high lethality. The spirit of the blacksmith: the story of Ganjiang embodies the spirit of the blacksmith. They are willing to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of forging perfect weapons. Legend: according to legend, Ganjiang used his own heart as the soul of the sword during the process of forging the sword, thus giving the sword great power. Image in literary works: the legend of Ganjiang and Mo-Xie has been widely spread in ancient literary works, dramas, and other artistic works, and has become one of the classic stories in the Chinese literary tradition. Generally speaking, Ganjiang is a famous craftsman among ancient Chinese craftsmen. His legend and sword-making skills have become an important element in Chinese culture and are admired and praised by future generations. Source: Wikipedia. Ganjiang, ancient Fuli, Kurtsa S, and Moi, ancient Fuli, Maque, are a couple who are swordsmiths. They are also the names of 2 famous Chinese swords, which first appeared in the spring and autumn period. Moi's father, Ouyuizi, was also a great swordsmith at that time. He forged 5 swords for King Gujian of Yu, Zanlu, Zhuk, Shenxi, Yuchang, and Chunjun. He also excavated Xi'ai mountain to obtain iron and cast 3 swords for King Zhao of Chu. Famous swords: Longyuan, Taiye, Gongbu. Ganjiang was a native of Wu in the spring and autumn period and married Moi. King Helo of Wu ordered his generals to forge swords, collect iron from the 5 mountains, refine gold and silver from Liuhe, and use 300 boys and girls to pack drums and ladles with charcoal. But the iron liquid was not flowing down, so Mo-Xie asked Ganjiang, "What should I do if the iron liquid is not flowing down?" Ganjiang replied, "Ouyuizi, the master swordsmith in ancient times, was making a sword, but the iron liquid was not flowing down, so he asked a woman to be the furnace god, and he soon succeeded." When Moi heard this, he immediately jumped into the fire. One said that he threw his hair and nails into the furnace, then the iron juice flowed out, gold and iron were wetted, and then they became swords. So he forged 2 sharp swords, the male one. They are called Ganjiang and the female is called Moi. People nowadays often use Ganjiang and Moxie to describe sharp and exquisite swords. According to other accounts, it took Ganjiang 3 years to successfully make the sword, but he only offered the female sword, and the male sword was put away by himself, so he was killed by the king of Chu. Because Ganjiang knew that he would be killed by the king of Chu, he said to his wife before setting off, "If the son you give birth to is a son, you must say to him, 'Go out and look at Nanshan.' On the southern mountain, the sword is hidden in the stone. In the middle." Later, Moi gave birth to a son named Qi. When the son grew up, he asked his mother, "Where is my father?" Moi told her son what the general wanted her to say. The son of a general wanted to avenge his father but was unable to do so. The king of Chu dreamed that a young man was about to kill him. So a lot of money was spent to catch this young man. In the middle of revenge, Qi, the son of a general, couldn't help but sing and cry. The unknown assassin met Qi, the son of a general, and asked why he was crying. So Jianjiang's son told the assassin what was going on, and the assassin said, "I heard that the king of Chu offered 1,000 gold reward for your head. Give me your head and sword, and I will avenge you." Qi heard this and drew his sword to kill himself. The head and sword were dedicated to the unknown assassin. The assassin was moved by his sincerity and took the human head and sword to gain the trust of the king of Chu. The king of Chu was overjoyed when he saw the sword. The assassin said to the king of Chu, "This is the head of a brave man. It must be boiled to prevent him from resurrecting." The king of Chu listened to his words and took the sword. The head was boiled, but the head was not yet cooked. The assassin then said to the king of Chu, "King of Chu, please take a look. After reading it, it will definitely be cooked." The king of Chu believed again and looked around. The assassin seized the opportunity and chopped off the king of Chu's head into the hot soup. Qi and the king of Chu's head fought in the cauldron. Kai's head gradually lost to the head of the king of Chu, so the anonymous assassin also committed suicide and let the head enter the cauldron to help in the battle. Finally, they worked together to eliminate the head of the king of Chu and sink it to the bottom of the cauldron. Qi and the assassins' the heads looked at each other and laughed after the victory, and then sank to the bottom of the cauldron. In the end, the heads of the assassins, King Chu and Qi, who committed suicide, fell into the hot soup together and were burned beyond recognition. They were buried together at the border of Yushan County in the north of Runan, called the Tomb of the Three Kings. Book of Jinjiang Huazhuan records that the two swords reappeared in the early years of the Western Jin dynasty and later disappeared in Yanpingjin, now Yanping District, Nanping City, Fujian Province. There is a two swords transforming into a dragon memorial building in Yanping District today. Item 28. Moya. Source, ChatGPT. Moi, Moya with Macron, is a famous female blacksmith in ancient Chinese myths and legends. Together with Ganjiang, Jie with Macron and Zhang, she is known as the ancient divine craftsman. Here is some basic information about Moi. Identity: Moi and Ganjiang are regarded as the master craftsmen of the Chu state during the Warring States period in ancient China, and are known as the best among the ancient master craftsmen. Sword-making skills: Moi is world-famous for her exquisite sword-making skills. She and Ganjiang jointly forged a sword named Moi. Moi's sword, according to legend, the Moi sword forged by Moi and Ganjiang is said to be an invincible magic weapon with extremely high lethality. The spirit of the blacksmith is also reflected in Moi's story. They are willing to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of forging perfect weapons. Legend: according to legend, Moi used his own blood to give the sword great power during the process of forging the sword. Image in literary works: the legend of Moi and Ganjiang has been widely spread in ancient literary works, dramas, and other artistic works, and has become one of the classic stories in the Chinese literary tradition. In general, Moi is a famous craftsman among ancient Chinese craftsmen. Her legend and sword-making skills have become an important element in Chinese culture and are admired and praised by future generations. Item 29. Han Kai. Source: ChatGPT. Han Qi, approximately 32 BC, approximately 92 BC, was a famous sword forger during the Western Han Dynasty in China. Han Chi was famous for his outstanding skills in the field of sword casting, and he left an important influence on the history of sword making in ancient China. The following is some basic information about Han Chi. Occupation: Han Chi was a famous sword forger during the Western Han Dynasty in China. Skills: he was highly regarded by the society at that time for his superb sword casting skills. Works: Han Chi is world famous for making excellent swords, and the weapons he made are regarded as some of the finest works of his time. Influence: his skills and works left an important mark in the history of ancient sword casting and had a certain influence on the sword production of later generations. Generally speaking, Han Chi was a famous sword forger in ancient China. He had an important position and influence in the history of sword making in ancient China. Number 30, Item 30. Yu Zhuoshu, the Sword of External Biography. Source: Chinese Philosophy Texts Electronicization Project. In the past, Gujian, the king of Yu, had 5 swords and heard about them all over the world. There is a guest who can draw swords, his name is Shuezhu. The king summoned him and asked him, saying, "I have 5 swords, please show them to me." Shuezhu replied, "Foolish reasoning is not enough. Your Majesty, I have no choice but to ask you." He called the leader, and the king asked him to take a hare. Shuezhu said to him, "Hakeo is not a precious sword. A sword with 5 colors can't win against each other. Hakeo is already well known, so it is not a precious sword." The king said, "Take the giant palace." Shuezhu said, "It's not a sword. The sword is made of gold, tin, and copper. Now that the giant tower has been separated, it's not a sword." The king said, "When the giant tower was first built, I was sitting on the open altar, and there were 4 people in the palace. When a white deer passes by, the chariot rushes and the deer is frightened. I draw my sword and point it, and the 4 horses fly up, not knowing where it is. It goes through the copper cauldron and cuts through the iron bars." Taking Chunjun, Shuezhu heard about it and suddenly felt defeated. For a moment, the fear was like enlightenment. Go down the steps and find it deep, sit down and look at it in simple clothes. When the hand shakes and flutters, the flowers emerge like hibiscus. Observe its sun, its decay is like a row of stars, its light, it is as muddy as water overflowing in a pond, its fracture, its rocks are like trivial rocks, its talent, its radiance is like ice released. Is this what is called pure June?" The king said, "That's right. If you have a straight guest, you will have a city and a village, 1,000 horses and a capital of thousands of households, is that okay?" Shuezhu replied, "No. When this sword was made, the red pansy mountain was broken and tin came out, the Rui stream dried up and copper came out, the rain master swept the water, the thunder god struck the gourd, the dragon held the stove, and the emperor of heaven wore it charcoal. I looked down, and the essence of heaven came down." Ouyuya was inspired by the spirit of heaven, and he knew its tricks, and created the 3 major punishments and the second small punishment. One is called Zanlu, the second is called Chunjun, the third is called Shensi, and the fourth is called Yu Intestine, the 5th one is called Juk. When the king of Wu closed the house, he got the victory evil, fish intestine, and Zanlu. If the house was unruly, the children would die, and they would be killed to send them away. The sword of Zanlu was like water, and it passed by the Qin dynasty. In Chu, the king of Chu was lying in a state of retreat. He obtained the sword of Zanlu from the king of Wu and floated his leader to Yan. When the king of Qin heard about it, he asked for it but could not get it. He raised an army to attack Chu and said, "Give me Zanlu's sword and return it to you." The king refused. At that time, Hela stabbed King Liao of Wu with the sword of fish intestines, causing the armor of the Yuchain barbarians to do 3 things. Hela sent Xuanzu, who was playing the role of roasting fish, to draw the sword and stab him, and then killed King Liao. This is a small matter. I have tried it in enemy countries, but I have not seen its great use in the world. Today, the Red Pansy Mountains have been combined, and the Rui River is unfathomably deep. If the gods do not descend, Ouyze will die. Even if the city is filled with gold and the river is drained of pearls and jade, we still cannot achieve this. One thing has a city, a town, 1,000 horses, and a capital with thousands of households. What's the point? The king of Chu called Feng Feng's beard and asked, I heard that there are generals in Wu, and the more Ouyze is born, the more these two people are born in this world. There is no such thing in the world. Their sincerity reaches the sky, and they are martyrs below. I am willing to give the country's most important treasures as tribute to my son, because the king of Wu asked these two men to make iron swords. Is that okay? Feng Huzi said, good. So he ordered Feng Huziwu to meet Ouyze and Ganjiang to have them make iron swords. Ouyze and Qianzhong dug Sishan, drained its stream, and took Taiying to make 3 iron swords. One was called Long Yuan, the second was called Taiye, and the third was called Gongbu. After completing the task, Feng Beard played it to the king of Chu. When the king of Chu saw the spirit of these 3 swords, he was very pleased with Feng Huzi, and asked, what do these 3 swords represent? What are their names? Feng Huzi said to him, one is called Long Yuan, the second is called Taiye, and the third is called Taiye. Gongbu. The king of Chu asked, what are Long Yuan, Taiye, and Gongbu? Feng Huzi said to him, if you want to know Long Yuan, look at its shape, just like climbing a high mountain and facing an abyss. If you want to know Taiye, look at its shape. The towering wings are like the waves of flowing water. If you want to know the work of cloth, the wings start from the writing and end at the spine, like beads that cannot be folded, and the writing is like the endless flow of water. King Zheng of Jin heard about it and asked for it, but he couldn't get it. He raised an army to besiege the city of Chu, and he was puzzled for 3 years. There are millet ropes in the warehouse, but there are no weapons or leather in the warehouse. The ministers and wise men on the left and right cannot stop it. So the king of Chu heard about it, drew Taiye's sword, climbed to the city and commanded him. The 3 armies were defeated, the soldiers were bewildered, they were bleeding for thousands of miles, ferocious beasts were roaming around, the rivers were rippled, and the heads of Jin and Zhang were all white. The king of Chu was very pleased and said, how powerful is this sword? How powerful is it? Feng Beard said to him, the power of the sword is due to the king's spirit. The king of Chu said, my sword has iron ears. Is this the spirit? Feng Huzi said to him, each time has its own destiny. In the time of Xian Yuan, Sheneng, and Hexu, stones were used as soldiers, broken trees were used as palaces, and dragons died. It was the master's order. By the time of Huangdi, use jade as soldiers, cut down trees to make palaces, and dig into the ground. Fu jade is also a sacred object, and when met by the Holy Lord, it died and the dragon Zhang died. When Yu's cave was built, copper was used as soldiers, and he used it to chisel Yuk and connect it. The dragon gate cuts through the river and guides it, and pours it east into the East China Sea. The world is peaceful and is governed as a palace. Isn't it the power of the Holy Lord? At this time, he acts as an iron soldier and subdues the 3 armies. When the world hears this, no one dares to disobey. This is also the case. The god of iron soldiers, your majesty has saint virtue. The king of Chu said, I have heard my order. Item 31. China's 4 greatest assassins. Source, ChatGPT. There are many famous assassins in Chinese history, but generally speaking, the 4 great assassins of China usually refers to the 4 famous assassins during the Warring States period, namely Jing Kai. Jing Kai was an assassin from the Chu state during the Warring States period in China. He was known as one of the most famous assassins in ancient China. He was sent to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, but ultimately failed. Li Mu. Li Mu was a general of the Qin state during the Warring States period. He was also regarded as a general with assassin qualities. He was known for his surprising tactics in some battles. Huangzi, Huangxia was an assassin in the Wei state during the Warring States period in China. He became famous for assassinating King Zhao of Wei. Shendao, Shendao was an assassin in Korea during the Warring States period in China who was sent to assassinate King Wuling of Zhao. These 4 assassins each operated in different countries during the Warring States period. Their actions and skills caused a huge sensation at the time, and they became one of the high-profile figures in ancient Chinese history. However, it needs to be pointed out that the historical status and actual activities of these assassins have also been given many legendary colors in later literary works and legends, so they need to be distinguished in historical research. Source: Baidu Encyclopedia. The 4 assassins refer to the 4 assassins recorded in historical records, namely Zhuangzi, Naizheng, Yurang, and Jink. Historical records biographies of assassins records the deeds of many assassins, among which 4 are particularly outstanding and are often called the 4 great assassins. Their creed is a scholar will die for a confidant. They left their chivalrous names in history with their courage to look down upon death and their heroic deeds that shook mountains and rivers, making their names famous forever. Zhuangzi. The sword hidden in the belly of the fish. Zhuangzi, 515 BC, was a native of Tang'ai, Wu State, and a native of Liuhe District, Nanjing today. Born as a butcher, he is brave and powerful and very filial to his mother. Once, Zhuangzi was fighting with a big man. Everyone tried to persuade him, but when his wife called him, he tied his hands and went back. Wu Zixu happened to be passing by this place and asked why. He answered carefully, "The hand of a woman will be extended to 10,000 men." He was deeply admired and became friends for 8 worshippers. Wu Zixu knew that Prince Ji Guang wanted to kill King Liao of Wu, so he recommended Zhuangzi to Prince Ji Guang. The father of Prince Ji Guang is Wu Wang Zufan. Zufan had 3 younger brothers, the eldest brother Yuji, the second brother Yi, and the third brother Jizha. Zufan knew that his third brother Jizha was Xian, so he did not establish a crown prince and passed the throne to his 3 younger brothers in turn, hoping that the country would eventually be passed to Jizha. After Zufan died, the remaining sacrifices were passed down. "I sacrificed myself to death and spread the news to the barbarians. When Yi dies, it should be passed down to Jizha, but Jizha refuses to accept the kingdom and goes into hiding, so Yi's son Liao establishes himself as the king of Wu. King Liao of Wu violated the ancestral rule of succeeding to the throne through brother and nephew, and succeeded his father. Therefore, the young master Ji Guang, who wanted to succeed to the throne, was dissatisfied and secretly waited for an opportunity to seize the throne. Prince Ji Guang treated Zhuangzi very kindly and respected his mother. Zhuangzi was grateful for his kindness and promised to die. But with his mother in the hall, he hesitated about the assassination. After his mother found out what had happened, she hanged herself to death in order to fulfill Zhuangzi's important event. After Zhuangzi buried his mother, he devoted himself to plotting with his son Ji Guang to assassinate King Liao. He also suggested that King Liao liked to eat yuji, grilled fish, and could hide a sharp sword in the fish's belly and wait for an opportunity to assassinate him. For this reason, Zhuangzi went to Taihu Lake to learn the art of grilling fish. After 3 years, he mastered the skill of grilling fish. When the time was ripe, Prince Ji Guang came to see King Liao of Wu and said, "There is a cook from Taihu Lake who is good at grilling fish and the taste is very delicious. Please come down and taste it." King Liao happily agreed and promised to go the next day. Ji Guang hid the soldiers in a secret underground room overnight, and ordered Wu Zixu to secretly arrange for hundreds of dead soldiers to come to the rescue outside. Although King Wu agreed, he was afraid that his son Ji Guang might have a conspiracy, so he was heavily guarded when he went to the banquet. From the royal family to the hall of Ji Guang's house, there were many armored men wielding halberds and sharp knives. After drinking for a few rounds, Ji Guang hid in a secret underground room, saying that his feet were in unbearable pain and needed to be wrapped tightly with silk. After a while, Zhuangzi presented the fish to be grilled, holding a dish in his hand. 2 rows of warriors sandwiched Zhuangzi, who knelt naked and moved forward on his knees. Zhuangzi had hidden the sharp fish intestine sword in the cooked fish belly. Arriving in front of King Liao's seat, he suddenly pulled out his dagger and stabbed Wu King Liao fiercely. The force penetrated the triple armor and pierced the back. Wu King Liao screamed and died immediately. The guards next to him swarmed forward and chopped Zhuangzi into pieces with swords and halberds. Knowing that the matter was accomplished, Prince Ji Guang immediately ordered the ambush troops to come out and annihilate all King Wu's guards. Prince Ji Guang killed King Liao of Wu and proclaimed himself King of Wu, becoming the famous King Hello of Wu in history. Memorial to posterity. After Hello was established, he made Zhuangzi's son Zhuangyi the highest minister, and according to Zhuangzi's last wish to be buried next to Emperor Taibo's tomb, Zhuangzi was buried favorably. Today, Zhuangzi's tomb still exists in the east ridge of Hongshan Mountain. According to legend, the Zhuangzhu Pagoda in Dalo Lane, Wuxi City was the Yali tomb where Hello was buried for him, but it was demolished during the Cultural Revolution. Qin Songshuo, a native of the city, once wrote a poem titled Zhu Pagodas, "One sword repays kindness and expands the hegemony, but the poor flowers and plants in the forbidden city are barren. The fragrant knight's bones are left with broken pagodas, but the land still belongs to Wu." Because Zhuangzi once learned the art of cooking fish by Taihu Lake, later generations regarded him as the ancestor of chefs. In the old days, residents of the city often went there to burn incense and pay homage. Nowadays, the famous dish sweet and sour fish in Suzhou and Hangzhou is the abbreviation or common name of sweet and sour yellow river carp. It is the inheritance and representative of Quanzhiyu, someone called Quanzhiyu, and its invention the person who taught Zhuangzhu how to cook fish was Tai Higong, or Tai Hugong, a famous chef in the spring and autumn period. Nizhen. Dizong July. Nizheng, 397 BC, was born in Chenjinlai, Ziyi, south of Zhejiang, Jiyuan County, Henan Province today. At the end of the spring and autumn period, the Korean doctor Yan Zongzi was persecuted by Prime Minister Xiaolei and went into exile in other countries. He traveled around, looking for knights to avenge him for leaving his hometown, and assassinated Xiaolei. Later, I heard that Nizheng, a native of Zhe in the Wei state, fled to Qi state with his mother and sister because he killed people to avoid revenge, and they were selling dogs in the market. He is a man of benevolence, filial piety, chivalry, and superb martial arts. Yan Zongzi then went to Qi, found Nizheng's residence, visited her several times, prepared wine and food to personally pay tribute to Nai's mother, and presented Nai's mother with 100 yi of gold as a gift. Nizheng insisted that he would not accept it, but he promised Yan Zongzi to be his confidant. Soon, Nai's mother passed away. Yan Zongzi personally helped Nizheng bury his mother with the son's rites, and Nizheng was grateful. After that, Nizheng served his mother's death for 3 years and married his sister. After he had no worries, Nizheng went to Yan Zongzi's house to inquire about the specific situation of his enemies. He declined Yan Zongzi's request for death squad assistance and went to South Korea alone to avenge Yan Zongzi. The Xiaolei mansion is heavily guarded. In Fangxi, Xia was tired and sitting high in the palace hall, with armored men holding halberds standing on both sides. Nizheng went straight into the Han mansion with his sword. Many soldiers could not react in time. Nizheng's long sword penetrated Xiaolei's chest with the force of a white rainbow piercing the sun. Xiaolei was killed instantly. Suddenly there was great chaos in the mansion, and the soldiers gathered to besiege Nizheng. After Nizheng killed dozens of people with his long sword, he could not escape the encirclement, so he turned the hilt of the sword upside down, slashed his cheek with the tip of the sword, gouged out his eyes, and died of disembowelment. After Nizheng's death, the king of Han exposed his body in the market and offered a reward to anyone who could identify him. Nizheng's sister Nikuang heard the news and immediately told people, "This must be Nizheng." In the past, he was an enemy of Han and Yan Zongzi, a scholar. Zhang must repay his kindness for knowing me. I should go and recognize him. Then he left for South Korea and went to the city. And the body was found to be that of Nai Zheng. Nai Quan hugged the corpse and cried loudly, "My brother Nai Zheng lives in a deep well in Jet." At that time, someone with good intentions tried to dissuade him. This is the murderer who assassinated the Prime Minister of Han. The King of Han offered 1,000 gold reward for his name, and his relatives may not be able to escape heavy punishment. If you don't avoid it, how can you dare to identify him? Nai Chong replied, "Nai Zhenzi, the reason why I suffered humiliation and disappeared among the market vendors was because my mother was here and I was not yet married. Yan Zongzi knew my brother Nai Zheng among the butchers and made friends with him. How could I not repay the kindness of such a profound friendship? A scholar is a confidant. Death, Nai Zheng only destroyed his body because of me, so as not to be identified and implicated in me. But how can I be afraid of being implicated and let Nai Zheng's famous name be buried?" After saying this, Nai Kuang shouted God 3 times before committing suicide next to Nai Zheng's body. Some people in the city felt that their siblings were chivalrous, so they collected their bodies and buried them with care. Memorial to posterity. The elders of Nai Zheng's hometown, today's Sijian village, Zhe town, Jiyuan city, built a tomb to commemorate him. In the Song dynasty, Nai Zheng temple was built in front of the tomb. After several generations of repairs, it has been preserved to this day. Another memorial place for Nai Zheng is in Yuzhou city, Henan province, named Naizhengtai. In the 1940s, Guo Moruo wrote a famous historical drama Flowers of Tangdi based on Nai Zheng's deeds. With the passion of a poet, he gave new connotations to Nai Zheng and Nai Chan's siblings, recreating the cruel events of more than 2,000 years ago. One scene. In addition, the famous song Guangling San written by Cai Yang during the Eastern Han dynasty also praised Nai Zheng's feats. Yu Rang. Yu Rang was a native of Jin during the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. He was a retainer of the Yao family known to the Jin dynasty. In the 22nd year of Jin dynasty, 453 BC, Zhao, Han, and Wei jointly destroyed Zishi. Yu Rang painted himself with paint, swallowed charcoal to make him mute, and lurked under a bridge. He attempted to assassinate Zhao Xiongzi but failed, and was later captured by Zhao Xiongzi. When he was about to die, he asked for Zhao Xiongzi's clothes, drew his sword and struck off his clothes as a sign of revenge, and then committed suicide with his sword. See Historical Records Biographies of Assassins. Yu Rang was initially a retainer for the Fan family, and then for the Zhonghang family, both of which were unknown. It was not until he became Shibo's retainer that he was put into important use. Moreover, the relationship between the principals and ministers was very close, and Shibo respected him very much. Just when his situation was improving, when Shibo attacked Zhao Xiongzi conspired with Han and Wei to destroy Shibo. After Shibo was eliminated, the 3 families divided his territory, that is, Shibo was in the Jin kingdom. Territory. Zhao Xiongzi hated Shibo the most, so he painted his skull into a drinking vessel. Zhao Xiongzi was Zhao Wuxi. In 475 BC, Zhao Jianzi, who had been in charge of the Jin dynasty for 20 years, died according to the laws of nature, and his son Zhao Wuxi succeeded him. Yu Rang fled to the mountains. He missed Shibo's benefits and resented Zhao Xiongzi for making Shibo's head into a lacquer vessel and filling it with wine. He vowed to avenge Shibo and assassinate Zhao Xiongzi. So he changed his name, disguised himself as a person who had been tortured, and entered Zhao Xiang's womb to repair the toilet. He carried a dagger and waited for an opportunity to stab Zhao Xiongzi. Zhao Xiongzi went to the toilet, his heart palpitated, and he questioned the person who was repairing the toilet, only to find out that it was Yu Rang, who had a sharp knife hidden in his clothes, and was arrested by Zhao Xiongzi. When being interrogated, he bluntly said, "I want to avenge Shibo." The guards wanted to kill him. Xiongzi said, "He is a righteous man, so I just have to avoid him carefully. Besides, Zhaibo has no heir after his death, and his retainers want to avenge him. This is a wise man in the world. Finally, he was let go. Not long after, Yu Rang, in order to facilitate his actions and successfully realize his intention of revenge, did not hesitate to apply paint on his body, making his skin rotten like leprosy. He swallowed charcoal fire to make his voice hoarse. He disguised himself to make his appearance incredible. Identify and beg for food along the street. Even his wife doesn't recognize him anymore. When he met his friend on the road, he recognized him and said, "Aren't you Yu Rang?" He replied, "It's me." The friend shed tears and said, "With your talents, you will devote yourself to serving Zhao Xiangzi. Xiangzi will definitely do it. Isn't it easy for me to be close to you and pamper you? Isn't it easy for you to do what you want after being close to you?" Yu Rang said, "After serving someone else, you then want to kill him. This is a monarch who serves him with a different intention." "Ah! I know it is very difficult to choose this approach, but the reason why I chose this approach is to make future generations of ministers in the world feel ashamed who serve the king with different intentions." He believed that doing so was against the righteousness of the monarch and his ministers. Yu Rang figured out the time and route Zhao Xiangzi was going to come out. On a day when Zhao Xiangzi was about to go out, he ambushed a bridge, i.e. Yurang Bridge, in advance. It is said that there are two bridges. One is in the urban area of Xingtai, Hebei Province, the other is 1 mile north of Jinxi Temple. Because it is adjacent to Chaiqiao village, the village is named after the bridge, and Yurang Bridge is also known as Chaiqiao. When Zhao Xiangzi was crossing the bridge, his horse was suddenly frightened. He guessed that someone was assassinating him, probably Yu Rang again. My subordinates went to inquire about it and found that it was indeed not bad. Zhao Xiangzi asked Yu Rang, "Didn't you once serve the Fan family and the Zhongxing family?" Zhaibo wiped them out, but instead of avenging them, Yu became Zhaibo's retainer. "Zhaibo is dead, why are you so eager to avenge him?" Yu Rang said, "I serve the Fan and Zhongxing clans. If Fan and Zhongxing clans encounter me, I will retaliate. As for Zhaibo, if a scholar from my country encounters me, I will retaliate against him." Meaning, I serve the Fan family and the Zhongxing family, and they treat me as an ordinary person, so I repay them like an ordinary person. As for Zhaibo, he treats me as a national scholar, so I repay them like a national scholar. Zhao Xiangzi was very moved, but felt that he could no longer let Yu Rang go, so he ordered the soldiers to surround him. Yu Rang knew that there was no hope of survival and that he could not fulfill his vow to assassinate Zhao Xiangzi, so he asked Zhao Xiangzi to take off one piece of his clothes so that he could symbolically assassinate him. Zhao Xiangzi complied with his request and sent someone to bring his clothes to Yu Rang. Yu Rang pulled out his sword and jumped up to stab it many times. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "I can report this to you." Then he fell down. Sword suicide. As word of Yu Rang's deeds spread, all the people with lofty ideals and benevolence in the state of Zhao were moved by his spirit and wept for him. Yu Rang set out to assassinate Zhao Xiangzi, risking his own life and enduring hardships. Although he failed, he repaid Zhaibo's kindness with his life. His devotion to his friends is admirable. He avenged Zhaibo because Zhaibo valued him, respected him, and gave him dignity. Therefore, he would sacrifice his life to avenge Zhaibo and defend Zhaibo's dignity with his life. He was an assassin who failed, but the process of failure shaped his character. Zhang Yan's farewell says, "There is a swordsman who is ashamed of his kindness, a young reporter, Zhao Wu of South Korea, Yunqi of Wu Palace, who cut off kindness and endured love, left the country, wept together and looked at each other with blood." That is to say, it refers to the matter of Yu Rang. Jing Ke. Jing Ke, Tukyang Dijian, 227 BC. At the end of the Warring States period, he was known as Qing Qing. It is said that he was originally a descendant of the Qing family of Qi state. He later moved to Wei State and changed his surname to Jing. He liked studying and fencing, and once lobbied Wei Yuanjun, but he was not used. In the 6th year of the Qin dynasty, 241 BC, Qin took Wei Puyang, now southwest of Puyang, Henan, as the seat of Qindong County, and moved Wei Yuanjun to Yuang, now Biang, Henan, becoming a vassal of Qin. Jing Kai then traveled around and met many heroes and lofty ideals. In Yusai, he discussed swordsmanship with Gai Nai. The words were not congenial. Gai Nai glared at him and he walked away. In Handan, he played chess with Liu Gujian and competed for chess moves. Liu Gujian scolded him, but he still ignored him and left quietly. Later, Jing Kai came to Yan State and made friends with the local dog butcher and Gao Jianli, who was good at building construction. Jing Kai liked to drink, and he drank in the market with the dog butcher and Gao Jianli all day long. Then, while Gao Jianli was building a building, he sang along with the music, and started to cry while singing. It is said that Prince Dan of Yan, who was a hostage in Qin State, escaped back to Yan State. He saw that the Qin State was about to annex the 6 countries, and now the Qin army was approaching Yishui. He was very worried for fear of disaster, so he said to his Taifu Jianwu, Yan and Qin are not at odds with each other. I hope my Taifu can help me find a way. Jianwu replied, Qin's power spreads all over the world and its territory is vast. If they continue to use force to coerce Han, Zhao and Wei, then the situation in Yan north of Yishui will not be certain. Why should they be resentful of being humiliated in Qin? To offend Qin? The prince said, what should we do? The prince said, please let me think about it carefully. After some time, General Fan Yuki fled from Qin to Yan, and the prince took him in. The Taifu admonished the prince and said, you can't do this. The king of Qin is cruel and has always held a grudge against the state of Yan. This is enough to scare people, not to mention that he knows that General Fan is here. This is like throwing meat to a hungry tiger. On the way through, disaster is inevitable. I think that even if Guanzhong and Yan Ying are reincarnated, they will not be able to save themselves. Prince, you should send General Fan to the Xiongnu quickly to prevent the news from leaking. Please let me go to the west to unite the 3 Jins. Go to the south to unite with Qi and Chu, go to the north to make peace with the Xiongnu, and then you can deal with Qin. Prince Dan said, the tutor's plan has been going on for a long time. I am feeling dizzy and worried to death. I'm afraid I can't wait for a moment. Besides, the problem is not just here. General Fan came to me because he was desperate. How could I do it because of Qin's threat? So I abandoned my poor friend and sent him to the Xiongnu. This is the time for me to fight hard. Taifu, you have to find another way. Dingwu said, there is a Mr. Tian Guang in Yan State. This man is far-sighted. Brave and calm, you might as well discuss it with him. Prince Dan said, I hope you can introduce me to me, okay? Jianwu said, okay. So Jianwu went to see Tian Guang and said, Prince hopes to meet Mr. Let's discuss state affairs together. Tian Guang said, I obey. So he went to see the prince. The prince knelt to greet Tian Guang, walked backwards to guide him, then knelt down to wipe the seat for Tian Guang. After Tian Guang sat firmly and everyone on the left and right had withdrawn, the prince left the table and asked Tian Guang for advice. Yan and Qin are not at odds with each other. I hope that Sir can try his best to find a way to solve this matter. Tian Guang said, I heard that there are good horses. When it is young and strong, it can gallop thousands of miles in a day. But when it becomes old and exhausted, even a bad horse can run ahead of it. The prince has heard about my situation in my prime, but he does not know how energetic I am now. It has been exhausted. Having said that, I dare not delay state affairs. My good friend Jing Kai can take on this mission. The prince said, I hope to get acquainted with Jing Kai through my husband, okay? Tian Guang said, okay. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. The prince sent him to the door and warned him, "What I told you and what my husband just said are national affairs. I hope you will not leak them." Tian Guang lowered his head and smiled and said, "Okay." Tian Guang bent his back to see Jing Kai and said to him, "I have a deep friendship with you, and everyone in the Yan kingdom knows it. Now the prince only hears about my condition in my prime, but he doesn't know that my health is not as good as it was then. Fortunately, he taught me, Yan and Qin are not at odds with each other. I hope you will try your best to find a solution. I have never regarded you as an outsider, so I recommended you to the prince. I hope you can visit the prince's residence." Jing Kai said, "I obey." Tian Guang added, "I heard that the actions of honest people do not arouse suspicion. Now the prince warned me, what we are talking about are national affairs. I hope Mr. don't leak it. This is because the prince is doubting me. If you do things that make people suspicious, you are not a knight with integrity." Tian Guang's words meant that he wanted to commit suicide to motivate Jing Kai, and then said, "I hope you will go immediately." I went to see the prince and told him that I was dead to show that I had not leaked any important national affairs. After saying this, he committed suicide. Jing Kai saw the prince and told him that Tian Guang was dead and conveyed Tian Guang's last words. The prince bowed twice, knelt down with tears streaming down his face. After a while, he said, "The reason why I warned Mr. Tian Guang not to leak secrets was because I wanted to realize a major plan. Now Mr. Tian has died to prove that he has not leaked secrets. Where is my original intention?" After Jing Kai sat down, the prince left the table, kowtowed to Jing Kai, and said, "Mr. Tian doesn't know that I am an incompetent person, so I asked you to come before me and I hope you can give me some advice. This is really true. God pitted Yan state and did not abandon its descendants. Now Qin state is greedy and full of ambition. If it does not take all the land in the world as its own and make all the princes its subjects, it will not be satisfied. Now Qin state the country had captured the king of Han and occupied the land of Han. It then sent troops to attack the Chu state in the south and to attack the Zhao state in the north. Wang Jian's army was approaching Zhang Shui and Yuchen, and Li Xian sent troops to Taiyuan and Yunzong. Wherever Zhao can resist Qin's offensive, he will surely surrender. The state of Zhao surrendered to Qin, and a great disaster fell upon the state of Yan. The state of Yan was small and weak, and had suffered many military disasters. Now even if the whole country's strength was mobilized, it would be impossible to resist the Qin army. All the princes surrendered to Qin, and no one dared to unite with Yan. I privately consider that if we can get the bravest man in the world to go to Qin as an envoy and seduce the king of Qin with huge profits, since the king of Qin is greedy for these generous gifts, we will definitely get what we want. It would be better if the king of Qin could be kidnapped and asked to return all the occupied lands, just like Caomo did when he kidnapped Duke Huan of Qi. If the king of Qin doesn't agree, then kill him. If Qin's generals are fighting abroad and chaos breaks out at home, the ruler and his ministers will surely be suspicious of each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the princes can unite and defeat Qin. This is my highest wish. But I don't know who to entrust this mission to. I hope you, sir, can come up with a solution." After a while, Jing Kai said, "This is a national event. I am of low ability, so I'm afraid I'm not qualified for the job." The prince came forward and kowtowed, firmly begging Jing Kai not to refuse. Only then did Jing Kai agree. Therefore, the prince respected Jing Kai as his minister and let him live in a high-quality residence. The prince went to greet him every day. Provide him with sumptuous banquets, prepare rare treasures, constantly present carriages, horses, and beautiful women, and try to satisfy Jing Kai's desires so that he can be satisfied. After a long time, Jing Kai still had no intention of leaving. At this time, Qin General Wang Jian broke through Zhao state, captured the king of Zhao, and occupied the land of Zhao. He then sent his army northward, plundering land, and fought all the way to the southern border of Yan state. Prince Dan was very frightened and asked Jing Kai, sooner or later the Qin army will cross the Yishui River. Although I am willing to serve you for a long time, how can it be possible? Jing Kai said, even if the prince doesn't tell me, I still want to ask you. Request for action. Now if you don't have a token, you can't get close to the king of Qin. Now the king of Qin is offering a reward of 1,000 taels of gold and 10,000 households to capture General Fan. If you can get General Fan's head and the map of Dokeng of Yan State, dedicate it to the king of Qin, who will definitely be happy to receive me, so that I can have the opportunity to serve the crown prince. Prince Dan said, General Fan came to me because he was desperate. How can I bear to hurt the heart of a loyal and honest person for my own personal affairs? I hope you can find another way. Jing Kai knew that the prince couldn't bear it, so he went in private. Seeing Fan Yuki, he said, the king of Qin was too cruel to you. Your parents and members of the same family were all killed. Now I heard that the king of Qin offered a reward of 1,000 taels of gold and 10,000 households to beg for your head. What are you going to do? What to do? General Fan looked up to the sky and sighed, and said with tears, every time I think of this, I hate it to the bone. I have thought about it again and again, but I just don't know how to take revenge. Jing Kai said, now I have a suggestion, which can not only relieve the Yan state. What do you think? Fan Yuki stepped forward and said, what do you want to do? But it doesn't matter. Jing Kai said, I hope I can get the general's head and present it to the king of Qin. The king of Qin will be very happy and will receive me. At that time, I will grab his sleeve with my left hand and stab his chest with the dagger with my right hand. In this way, your great revenge can be avenged, and the shame suffered by Yan can be washed away. Does the general have such intentions? Fan Yuki bared an arm, held his wrist, took a step closer and said, this is something I have been grinding my teeth on day and night, and it hurts my heart so much that I can hear your guidance today. After that, he committed suicide. After the prince heard about it, he quickly drove over and lay on Fan Yuki's body and cried bitterly. He was extremely sad. Since the matter was irreversible, Fan Yuki had to collect his head and seal it in a box. At this time, the prince had already found the sharpest dagger in the world in advance, which he bought from Mrs. Su for 100 gold. The prince asked the craftsman to dye the dagger with poisonous liquid and test it on a person. As long as a little blood flows out, the person will die immediately. So he prepared his luggage and sent Jing Kai off. There was a warrior named Qin Huiyang in the Yan state. He killed someone when he was 12 years old, and no one else dared to look at him. So the prince sent Qin Huiyang to be Jing Kai's assistant. Jing Kai was waiting for another person and wanted to go with him. The person lived far away and had not arrived yet, so Jing Kai stayed and waited for him. It's been several days and we still haven't set off. The prince thought that he was slow in his actions and suspected that he would regret it, so he went to ask him again, time is running out. Don't you plan to go? Please let me send Qin Huiyang first. Jing Kai got angry and shouted at the prince. Said, if I can't come back today, it may be because of this guy Qin Huiyang. Now I am going to the unpredictable Qin state with a dagger. The reason why I haven't left yet is to wait for my friends to leave together. Now since you think I am slow, then say goodbye. So he set off. The prince and the guests who knew about the incident were all dressed in white clothes and hats and came to see Jing Kai off. When we arrived at the bank of Yishui River, we had finished offering sacrifices to the road god and then we were about to hit the road. At this time, Gao Jianli played music, and Jing Kai sang in harmony with the tune. The song was so sad that everyone shed tears and sobbed secretly. Jing Kai walked forward again and sang, the wind is rustling and the water is cold. Once the strong man is gone, he will never come back. Then the music turned into impassioned feathers, and people's eyes widened and their heads were filled with anger. So Jing Kai got on the carriage and drove away without looking back. After the group arrived in Qin, Jing Kai brought gifts such as jade and silk worth thousands of gold to meet Meng Jie, the concubine and one of the favored ministers of the king of Qin. Meng Jie spoke kindly for him in front of the king of Qin in advance. The king of Yan is really afraid of the power of the king and does not dare to send troops to fight against the king. He would rather let the people be the subjects of the Qin state, rank with the princes of all parties, and pay tribute like the prefectures and counties of the Qin state. I just wanted to be able to guard the ancestral temple of the late king. The king of Yan was very afraid and did not dare to come and make a statement to the king in person, so he specially beheaded Fan Yuki and presented the map of Dokeng of the Yan kingdom, which was sealed in a box. The imperial court saw him off and sent an envoy to report to the king. Please give instructions to the king. King Qin was very happy after hearing this. So he put on court clothes, set up a ceremony of 9 guests, and received the Yan envoy at Xianyang Palace. Jing Kai held the box containing Fan Yuki's head, and Qin Huang held the box containing the map, and stepped forward in order. When he reached the steps in front of the palace, Qin Huang's face changed suddenly and he was trembling all over. The ministers of Qin were surprised. Jing Kai turned around and smiled at Qin Huang. He stepped forward to apologize to the king of Qin and said, "He is a rough man from the wilderness in the north. I have never seen the world, but I have to see the emperor today, so I am afraid, and I hope that the king will be a little tolerant so that he can complete his mission in front of the king." King Qin said to Jing Kai, "Get up and get the map that Qin Huang brought." Jing Kai took the map and presented it to him. He opened the scroll map and when the map was fully unfolded, a dagger was revealed. Soon after that, Jing Kai took the king of Qin's hand with his left hand. He grabbed the dagger with his right hand and stabbed the king of Qin. The king of Qin was shocked, stood up and broke his sleeve. King Qin quickly reached out and drew his sword. The sword was too long and got stuck in the scabbard. The situation was urgent at that time, and the sword was stuck upright and stuck too tightly, so it could not be pulled out immediately. Jing Kai chased the king of Qin, but the king of Qin had to escape around the pillars. All the ministers were panicked. Because something unexpected happened suddenly, everyone lost their normal state. Moreover, according to the laws of the Qin state, ministers are not allowed to carry any weapons when serving the king in the palace. Although the guards guarding the palace are armed, they all stand outside the palace and cannot go to the palace without the order of the king of Qin. At this time, the imperial doctor Xiao Yuki threw the medicine bag he was carrying at Jing Kai, and Jing Kai smashed the medicine bag with a raised arm. At this time, the ministers woke up from a dream and stepped forward to fight with Jing Kai. King Qin was running around the pillar, not knowing what to do. Taking this opportunity, the ministers shouted to him, "The king is carrying a sword." King Qin then drew his sword and slashed Jing Kai, cutting off his left leg. Jing Kai was seriously injured and fell to the ground, so he raised his dagger and threw it at the king of Qin. He missed and was stuck in a pillar. The king of Qin beheaded Jing Kai again, and Jing Kai was wounded in 8 places. Jing Kai knew that the matter had failed, so he leaned against the pillar and laughed loudly, spread his legs and cursed, "The reason why the matter did not succeed is because I want to capture you alive and get the certificate to return the occupied land to repay the prince." People on both sides rushed to the scene. "Come over and kill Jing Kai." King Qin was dizzy for a long time before he came back to his senses. Later, the king of Qin rewarded his officials according to their merits, and punished them separately according to the situation. The king of Qin rewarded Xiao Wuji with 200 yi of gold and said, "Wuji loves me," and throws medicine at Jing Kai. So Qin was very angry with Yan and sent more troops to Zhao's old territory. He ordered Wang Jian's troops to attack Yan and captured Jikan, the capital of Yan, in October. King Xi of Yan, Prince Dan, and others led the elite troops to retreat to Liaodong. Qin general Li Xian pursued the king of Yan. The king of Yan was anxious and had to adopt the idea of the acting king Zhao Jie, killing Prince Dan and planning to sacrifice it to the king of Qin. However, the Qin army only withdrew temporarily. 5 years later, it finally destroyed the Yan state and captured King Xi of Yan. The Qin state unified the world. Later, Jing Kei's friend Gao Jianli took advantage of the opportunity of building a building to see Qin Shi Huang. He used the building to attack Qin Shi Huang, hoping to avenge the Yan state, but he missed and was killed instead. Item 32. 3 Emperors and 5 Emperors. Source: ChatGPT. 3 Emperors and 5 Emperors is a concept in ancient Chinese legends about the origin of mankind and the earliest rulers. This concept originates from ancient Chinese myths and legends and is part of ancient Chinese history and culture. The following is a basic introduction to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. 3 Emperors. Fu Xi. Legend has it that he was the first emperor of ancient China and is considered one of the founders of human civilization. It is said that he invented the hexagrams, taught people how to use the hexagrams, and created the 8 trigrams civilization. Nuwa, the legendary female emperor of ancient China, and is also regarded as one of the founders of human civilization. It is said that she shaped human beings and mended the sky one day who controlled the floods. Shennong, the god of agriculture in ancient legends, also known as the Emperor Shennong. He taught agriculture, medicine, and other skills. 5 Emperors. Huangdi, a legendary emperor in ancient China. He is considered the ancestor of the Chinese nation and is also revered as one of the founders of Chinese civilization. Zhuangzi, an emperor in ancient legends. He is considered to be the grandson of the Yellow Emperor. It is said that during his rule, the people were peaceful and the world was peaceful. Diku, an emperor in ancient legends, considered to be the great-grandson of the Yellow Emperor. He was praised for making people's lives prosperous and healthy during his rule. De Yao, an emperor in ancient legends. He is considered the founder of the Xia dynasty and is known as the ancient sage. Emperor Shun, an emperor in ancient legends. He was said to be the successor of Yao. He was also known as the ancient sage and was revered as Emperor Shun. It should be noted that although the 3 emperors and 5 emperors occupy an important position in ancient Chinese legends, there is a lack of precise historical evidence for their existence and historical status, and they have become more of an important mythological element in ancient Chinese culture. Source: Wikipedia. The 3 emperors and the 5 emperors are the legendary monarchs in China. They are the collective name of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors. From the era of 3 emperors to the era of 5 emperors, it is called the Age of Legends, before the Xia dynasty. There is no exact number of years, at least a few thousand years. The Pailigong culture and Jiahu culture discovered by modern archaeology in the Central Plains have entered agricultural society from 7,000 to 10,000 years ago. Among them, the unearthed turtle bone deed symbols with textual nature and the Yin Shang oracle bone inscriptions about 3,000 years ago there are similarities. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are representatives of outstanding leaders in ancient China. There are many versions of who they were. The age has been passed down through oral tradition for a long time and cannot be verified. There are different versions in different works. Basically, whether according to historical records or Chinese myths and legends, it is believed that the era of the 3 emperors was much earlier than the era of the 5 emperors. Generally speaking, the era of the 3 emperors is a long time ago, perhaps 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, or even longer, and the time span may be very large, while the era of the 5 emperors is not far from the Xia dynasty, more than 4,000 years ago. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors period was the most important development in early China, such as drilling wood to make fire and practicing medicine, which had a profound impact on later Chinese culture. There are various theories about the 3 holy kings named 3 emperors in ancient legends. There are nests, Swiren, and intellectuals, Zhuangzi, Taiping Guangji. Yuxiao, Swiren, and Fuxi, Yuan Leiju, Taiping Yulan, Jianlu. There are nests, Swiren, and human emperors, Gangjian Yi Lu. Fuxi, Nuwa, Shennong, quoted in Customs and the Chronicles of the 3 Emperors. Swiren, Fuxi, and Shennong, quoted in Customs and Customs including the Book of Rites and the Great Biography of Wenjie and Monk. Fuxi, Sheneng, Huangdi, Preface to Shangshu, Shivan edition, 3-character classic. Fuxi, Zirong, Sheneng, the posthumous names cited in Customs. Fuxi, Gonggong, and Sheneng, Volume 1 of Tongjian Weiji states that some people regard Gonggong, Xi, and Nong as the 3 emperors. Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Earth, Emperor of Thailand. Historical records. The Chronicles of Qin Shi Huang contains the words of Qin officials. The Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Earth, and the Emperor of Human Beings, preface to the Spring and Autumn Ming calendar. The Taoist Miao Jingjing of the 8 Emperors of the Cave God contains the 9 Emperors picture, which uses the 3 Emperors as the changes of emptiness, and nothingness to teach people the secret of immortality. The 3 Emperors in the middle responded to Xian, Yuan, and Shi, and each had their own names. They commanded the heavenly soldiers and generals to control the sneaky ones. The latter 3 emperors were the Emperor Fuxi with the head of a human and the body of a snake, the Emperor Nuwa of the earth with the head of a snake, and the Emperor Sheneng with the head of an ox. They were the holy kings who ruled the world. The Taoist canon Tian Huang Dao Taking Jade Book compiled by Zhu Chuan of the Ming dynasty states that the above 3 emperors are the Yuanshi Tianzun Pangu in the Yuqing Holy Realm, the Ling Bao Tianzun in the Shangqing Zhenjing, and the earthly emperor in the Taking Immortal Realm Daodi Tianzun. They are the Taoist emperors. Scriptures and teachers are the 3 treasures. The 3 emperors in the middle are Tian Baojun, Ling Baojun and Chen Baojun, who receive qi from Xian, Yuan, and Shi. The next 3 emperors are the Emperor Dehao Fuxi, the Earth Emperor Sheneng Yandi, and the Human Emperor Huangdi Xian Yuan. Each has its own merits in governing the world. Because Zhuyi Zisai Zhuan mentions Fuxi and Sheneng are usually among the 3 emperors. The 3 emperors originally refer to the 3 holy kings in ancient times, and are also called the 5 emperors. The preface to the Spring and Autumn Ming calendar holds that after the establishment of heaven and earth, there were the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Earth, and the Emperor of Humans. These 2 theories later gradually merged. Customs and Customs cited Shangshu de Zhuan, which regarded Sui Ren as the Emperor of Heaven, Fu Xi as the Emperor of Human Beings, and Sheneng as the Emperor of Earth. The Miao Jingjing of the 8 Emperors of the Cave God lists Fuxi as the Emperor of Heaven, Nuwa as the Emperor of Earth, and Shen Nong as the Emperor of People. The Taking Jade Book of Emperors Haidao lists Fuxi as the Emperor, Sheneng as the Emperor of Earth, and Huangdi as the Emperor of People. There are various theories about the 5 holy kings named 5 emperors in ancient legends. Huangdi, Zhuangsu, Ku, Yao, and Shun. Historical records: White Tiger Tong Ai, Da Da Liji. Shea Hao, Zhuangsu, Ku, Yao, and Shun, edited by Shangshu Preface and Shivan. Te Hao, Yandi, Huangdi, Shea Hao, Zhuangsu, 5 emperors by Confucius. The Qing emperor is majestic, the red emperor is angry, the white emperor is white and refuses, the black emperor is Ye Guangji, Ye is also called Xiat, Ji, both sound Xiat, and the yellow emperor is the Hub. Zhou writes commentary quotes Spring and Autumn Wen Yao Go. In addition, Qiudian Chu Bamboo Slips The Way of Tang and Yu contains the saying of 6 emperors. The 6 emperors emerged in ancient times, and this is why. Item 33. 3 major tribes in ancient times. Source: ChatGPT. In ancient Chinese history, the records about the 3 major tribes in ancient times are not clear, because the information about the ancient prehistoric period is relatively limited, and the organizational forms of the tribes are also diverse and difficult to define accurately. However, some prehistoric cultures and tribes are mentioned in archaeological studies. Xia, Shang, and Western Zhou. In ancient Chinese prehistoric period, it can be roughly divided into 3 periods: Xia, Shang, and Western Zhou. The Xia dynasty was the first dynasty with written records in Chinese history. The Shang dynasty was a country with a commercial city as its capital, and the Western Zhou dynasty was an important dynasty in ancient Chinese history. Northern De and Southern Barbarians. In ancient China, there were many primitive tribes in the north, such as the Xiongnu, Qiang, Xianbei, etc., while there were also many southern barbarian tribes in the south. Tribes in the Central Plains and surrounding areas. There were many tribes in the Central Plains of ancient China, such as the Yellow River Basin, but with the development of history, a unified political power gradually formed. It needs to be emphasized that the organizational form and distribution of ancient tribes were quite complex, and the tribal situations in different regions and different historical periods were also different. Therefore, the exact concept of the three major tribes in ancient times may be difficult to accurately define in historical research. Source: Daily Headlines. The Chinese nation is a fusion of many primitive tribes living in China. Due to the lack of historical data, we can only explore and speculate on the true connotation of ancient civilization through myths and legends. According to the three sources of ancient mythology, it can be inferred that the three main sources of the Chinese nation are the three major tribal groups in ancient times, the Huaxia group, the Donghai group and the Miaoman group. Huaxia group. After the Xia dynasty was established, its people called themselves Xia or Xuxia, and this branch was the descendant of the Huaxia group. The main living area of the Huaxia group is the so-called Central Plains area in the middle reaches of the Yellow River. The basic flow direction is from west to east. They respect Yan and Huang as their ancestors. Judging from archaeological verification, the ancient culture centered in Shaanxi province probably corresponds to the Huaxia group. Donghai group. The birthplace of Donghai group is in today's Shandong Peninsula and Anhui province. Some of them moved westward into the Central Plains, and some moved southward into the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. The merchants called themselves Yi people, and the Shaohao and Emperor Jun they respected were the gods of the East, or were born in the East. Judging from archaeological verification, it is very likely that the Donghai group corresponds to the Daifeng-Gao culture centered in Shandong. Miaoman group. The myths of Fuxi and Nuwa come from the Miaoman group in the south. This group originally lived in southern Henan province and northern Hebei province. They were oppressed by the Huaxia and Donghai groups in the past dynasties and were forced to move south to the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. Their descendants they may even move further south to Hunan and Yunnan Guizhou areas. The Qujialing culture in the Jiangan Basin probably corresponds to the ancient Miaoman group. Item 34. Joyeuse. Source: Wikipedia. Joyeuse, French, Joyeuse, Old French, Joyeuse, is the legendary sword held by Charlemagne, which means joy. Xianveuse was made by putting the spearhead of the spear of Longinus into the hilt. Other legendary blades were made of the same material as Roland's Durandal and Augie's Sword of Mercy. According to the description in Song of Roland, Joyeuse is Charlemagne's sword, and its appearance changes color 30 times a day. From 1270, during the coronations of King Philip III of France to Charles X in 1824, a Jovanius believed to have been held by Charlemagne was used as a ceremonial sword. The sword was placed in the Basilica of Saint Denis until at least 1505, when it was moved to the Louvre in 1793. The existing Joyeuse has many parts added over the centuries for coronation ceremonies, but the core part is a medieval sword blade. Its appearance is No. 12 in the oakshot sword classification, which can be traced back to around the 10th century. The total length of the sword is 105 cm, the blade is 82.8 cm long, the end of the blade is 4.5 cm wide, the thickness is 2.2 cm, and the total weight is 1,630 grams. According to the Louvre Museum's official website, the hilt was made between the 10th and 11th centuries, the guard was made in the 12th century, and the scabbard was completed in the 13th century. Item 35. Durandal. Source: Wikipedia. Durandal, French, Durandal, also translated as Durandal, is a famous sword described in the Carolingian stories belonging to the paladin Roland. There are many legends about the origin of this sword, which appear repeatedly in Carolingian stories. It was probably cast by the blacksmith Welland. According to the Song of Roland, the sword was brought to Charlemagne by an angel, who gave it to Roland. According to Mad Roland, this sword once belonged to Hector of Troy, and Malagigi gave it to Roland. In the Song of Roland, Durendal's golden sword hilt contains a tooth of Saint Peter, a drop of blood of Saint Basil the Great, a hair of Saint Denis and a piece of clothing of the Virgin Mary. The fragment is the sharpest sword in the world. Roland used it to defend himself against thousands of Muslim soldiers. Before Roland died, he wanted to destroy it to prevent it from falling into the hands of the enemy. However, the divine sword was indestructible. Roland's futile attempt to destroy the sword only created a large crack, Roland's scar. So he could only hide it under the body together with the ivory horn used to warn Charlemagne. Some folklore holds that Durendal still exists, in the cliffs of Rocamadour in present-day France. In the 12th century, a monk from Rocamadour claimed that Roland did not hide the sword under his body, but threw it. However, according to Rocamadour's official tourism agency now, the sword is just a replica. Item 36. The Sword in the Stone. Source: Wikipedia. The Sword in the Stone is the legendary sword of King Arthur, also known as the Sword of the Chosen King. Item 37. King's Sword. Source: ChatGPT. King's sword usually refers to a sword identified as held by a king or ruler, symbolizing power and dominance. Such swords appear in many cultural and historical stories and are a cultural element with symbolic significance. In different cultures and stories, the sword of the king may have different names and legends. Here are some famous examples. The Sword of Avalon. Excalibur appears in the legend of King Arthur and is considered to be King Arthur's sword, symbolizing the authority of the king. Holy Sword Galahad. Caladbolgit is also a famous sword in the legend of King Arthur and is regarded as a symbol of the king. Sword of Swords. In some ancient legends and literary works, the sword of the king is also represented by Sword of Swords or similar names. Sword in the Stone. In Arthurian legend, this is a sword fixed in the stone, and only the true king can pull it out. Famous swords in ancient Japanese legends. In Japanese legends and history, there are also many stories with the theme of the sword of the king, such as Amankanjai Unsen. These are some of the swords involved in different cultures and legends that symbolize the power and authority of kings. It should be noted that most of these swords are fictional literary elements rather than real historical relics. Source: Wikipedia. The Sword of the King, English, Excalibur, also translated as the Holy Sword of Broken Steel, the Iron Sword, and the Sword of the Lake, is said to bring the magic power to rule Britain. Also known as Cauld Folch in Welsh legend. The King's Sword is a magical holy sword that appears in the legend of King Arthur. It can be said to be the beginning of the tradition in later knight literature that most heroes are equipped with famous swords and precious swords. In the legend of King Arthur violated chivalry and broke the sword in the stone during a confrontation with King Pellinore. Later, under the guidance of the wizard Merlin, he obtained the Sword of the King from the Lady of the Lake. The Sword of the King was forged in the elven kingdom of Avalon. The sword was made of gold and the hilt was inlaid with precious stones. At this time, Merlin warned Arthur, although the king's sword is powerful, its scabbard is more valuable than the sword. The person who wears the scabbard of the king's sword will never bleed. You must not lose it. But later King Arthur still lost the scabbard, thrown into the lake by Morgan le Fay, so although he had a sword that could cut iron as well as clay, he was seriously wounded to death by the knight Mordred, his illegitimate son and nephew. As for the king's sword, under King Arthur's dying instructions, the wine-tender General Bedivere threw it back into the lake, and returned to the legendary fairyland Avalon with King Arthur. In the remaining ancient Arthurian legends, there are two versions of the legend about the origin of the sword. The original origin of the legend of the Sword in the Stone comes from the poetic magician Merlin. The History of the Kings of Britain written by Geoffrey of Monmouth states that the sword was forged in Avalon and Latinized the local Cauld Folch into Caliburnus. His work later spread to continental Europe and became Excalibur. Other medieval Arthurian poems and chronicles include Calibrun, Calibrum, Caliban, Caliborn, Caliburg, Caliborg, Caliburge, Excaliborg, and Excalibur. These stories also influenced the Latin Bible culture circle, which is famous for the Holy Grail culture. At first, these legends also included the rhyme of Merlin, but later the authors of the Latin Bible circle removed the Merlin part and added their own stories about King Arthur's early life and the source of Excalibur. Specifically, in the Merlin in the Latin Bible circle, it is clearly written that the sword pulled out of the stone was Excalibur, but in later versions, it became that the sword was obtained from the fairy of the lake. And the death of King Arthur writes both statements to produce two swords. Therefore, Excalibur and the sword in the stone series are of the same origin. Some people think that pulling the sword out of the stone is an allusion to metallurgy. Item 38. Western famous sword. Source: ChatGPT. There are many famous swords in Western history. They often have special legends or historical backgrounds and have become classic elements in literature, history, and artistic works. The following are some famous Western swords. Sword of Constantine. Legend has it that it was the sword used by Constantine the Great of the Roman Empire and was regarded as a symbol of the Roman Empire. Roland's sword, Durandal, a legendary sword from France. It is said to be the weapon of Charlemagne, the leader of the Crusades. It is said to have magical powers. King Arthur's holy sword, Excalibur, from the legend of King Arthur. It is considered to be King Arthur's sword, symbolizing the authority of the king. Sword of St. George. Legend has it that it was the sword used by St. George, the patron saint of England, and has become one of the British national treasures. The Sword of Rhindwick. Rhinden. It is a famous sword in the Chronicles of Narnia series and is one of the royal weapons. Idar's sword. Joyeuse. Legend has it that it was Charlemagne's sword. It is said that the blade is inlaid with many treasures. Lancelot's sword. Erudite. Legend has it that it was the sword of Lancelot, a knight of the Round Table during King Arthur's time, and is also regarded as a sacred sword. Cortana. It is a famous sword in Spanish legend. It is said that it was used by the holy Dian warrior Roland. These swords are often accompanied by rich legends and storylines, and have become classic elements in Western literature and history. It should be noted that the existence and legends of many of these swords are sometimes fictional or influenced by literary creations. Item 39. Western famous sword. Source: ChatGPT. There are also many famous knives in Western history. They are often accompanied by rich legends or historical stories and have become classic elements in literature, history, and artistic works. The following are some famous Western swords. Orcrist. It is a sword forged by dwarves in The Hobbit and used to fight against ogres. Sting. Also from The Hobbit, it is the short sword held by Frodo Baggins and has the ability to fight monsters. Gustav Vasa's sword, a famous sword used by King Gustav Vasa of Sweden, which has become a symbol of Swedish history. Spada, an ancient Roman longsword widely used by the Roman army. Clarent, one of the legendary swords of King Arthur, described as a ceremonial sword. Dyrnwyn, a sword from Welsh legend. It is said that only those with a pure heart can pull it out. Danesleif, a sword in Norse mythology. It is said that the wielder who defeats it will be unable to defeat other enemies. Josephine, a gift from Napoleon Bonaparte's lover Josephine Beauharnais, it became a treasure of the Napoleon family. These knives are often accompanied by rich legends and storylines, and have become classic elements in Western literature and history. It should be noted that the existence and legends of many of these knives are sometimes fictional or influenced by literary creations. Item 40. Javelin of Longinus. Source: ChatGPT. The javelin of Longinus, also known as the javelin of Longinus or the spear of Longinus, is an important symbolic object in the Christian tradition. According to Christian tradition, Longinus was the Roman soldier responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus during his crucifixion. Legend has it that he drove a spear through Jesus' side. The spear of Longinus became a symbol in Christian culture and was believed to have mystical powers. It is said that after Longinus pierced Jesus, he was washed away from his sins by the blood of Jesus, which also led to Longinus' conversion and conversion to Christianity. It should be noted, however, that the actual history and existence of the spear of Longinus remains controversial. In historical and archaeological research, there is no definite evidence to prove the existence of this spear. It has become more of a symbol in Christian culture, appearing in many works of art and legends. Source: Wikipedia. The Holy Lance is also known as the Spear of Destiny, Holy Spear, Lance of Longinus or Lance of Longinus. According to legend, it was the weapon of Jesus in the Roman Empire. After the crucifixion on Mount Golgotha in Jerusalem, Judea, the Roman soldiers who executed the execution stabbed Jesus in the side with a spear in order to confirm whether Jesus had really died from the punishment. This spear became Spear of Destiny. Together with the Holy Grail and the True Cross, he is a famous Christian holy object. When Jesus was crucified with two other thieves, the Roman soldiers broke the foot bones of the two thieves to hasten their death. At this time, Jesus had already expired. A Roman soldier named Longinus' a spear was pierced through his side, and blood spurted out, proving that Jesus was dead. Item 41. Richard the Great. Source: ChatGPT. Richard I, commonly known as Richard the Lionheart, was born in 1157 and died in 1199. He was the King of England, 1189 to 1199, and the king of the Aquipoia dynasty. He is best known for his participation in the Third Crusade and his heroic actions during that period. Here is some basic information about Richard the Great. Crusades. Richard the Great was one of the famous crusaders who led the Christian crusaders to the Holy Land, today's Israel and Palestine, to participate in the Third Crusade. Valiant warrior, known for his outstanding fighting skills and leadership abilities, Richard was given the nickname Lionheart. Captivity and release. During the Eastern Expedition, Richard was captured by Duke Leopold V of Austria and was later released with a high ransom. International political skills. Richard the Lionheart also displayed outstanding wisdom and skill in politics, especially in his negotiations with European monarchs such as King Philip II of France. King of England. Although he spent relatively little time during the Eastern Crusades, Richard also had some influence within England. Death. Richard the Great died in 1199. Due to his limited time in England, he is better known as a crusader leader. Richard the Lionheart was a high-profile figure in medieval European history. His heroic deeds and international political skills made him one of the most respected monarchs in history. Source: Wikipedia. Richard I, English, Richard I, September 8, 1157 to April 6, 1199, was the king of the medieval Kingdom of England, Duke of Aquitaine, Normandy, Gascony, and King of Cyprus. Together with the Counts of Poitiers, Nantes, Maine, and Anjou, he became the monarch of Brittany several times during a period of time. He was known as the Lion-Hearted King, French, Coeur de Lion, English, Richard the Lionheart. As a devout Christian, Richard I devoted his life to the Third Crusade launched by the Holy See, and became famous for defeating Saladin's Muslim army at the Battle of Arsuf. Item 42. King Arthur. Source: ChatGPT. King Arthur is a legendary monarch in British legend who is believed to have ruled in the 5th century AD. He is described as an outstanding leader and warrior, as well as possessing the mysterious sword Excalibur. Here is some basic information related to Arthurian legend. The legend of King Arthur. The story of King Arthur originated from traditional folk tales and legends in England and Wales. It was adapted and carried forward by later generations of writers, and became one of the most famous legends in medieval Europe. Arthur's sword. Arthur's sword Excalibur is his symbol. It is said that only the true king can pull it out. Knights of the Round Table. King Arthur is said to have established a group of knights called the Knights of the Round Table whose members treated each other as equals to show unity and justice. The deeds of knights, many knights such as Lancelot, Galahad, etc., as well as characters such as the wizard Merlin, all play important roles in the legend of King Arthur. Arthur's fate. It is said that Arthur was eventually seriously injured in a battle with his nephew Mordred and was taken to Avalon for treatment, and his fate and death later became part of the legend. It should be pointed out that the historical authenticity of King Arthur has always been controversial. Some people think that he may be a historical figure, while many people think that he is more likely to be a legendary fictional character. However, in any case, the legend of King Arthur has a great influence on European culture and has become one of the classic themes in world literature and art. Source: Wikipedia. King Arthur, Welsh, Brenin Arthur, Cornish, Arthur Gernot, Breton, Roi Arthur, English, King Arthur. He is the legendary king of Britain, not sure if he exists in history, and the knight leader of the most popular Knights of the Round Table, or Knights of the Round Table, in the Celtic heroic spectrum. His wife is Queen Guinevere, English, Queen Guinevere. In Wells's sources, Arthur is portrayed as a leader of post-Roman Britain who fought against the Anglo-Saxon invaders of Britain in the late 5th and early 6th centuries. He first appears in two early medieval historical sources, the Annals Cambriae and the Historia Brittonum, but 300 years after his life from these sources, he is not considered by most historians of the period as a historical figure. His name also appears in an early Welsh poem, Godetine. King Arthur is derived from Welsh mythology, as a great warrior who defended England from human and supernatural beings, or as a magical figure in folklore, sometimes appearing in the same mythology as the Welsh legendary land of Onwen. The legend of King Arthur became a topic of international interest primarily because of Geoffrey of Monmouth's 12th century History of the Kings of Britain. Geoffrey describes King Arthur as a British king who defeated the Saxons and founded a vast empire. Many elements and events that exist in the history of kings of Britain have become an integral part of the Arthurian legend, including King Arthur's father King Uther, the wizard Merlin, his wife Guinevere, the king's sword, King Arthur at the Tower of Tinges-Ideal, the final battle with Mordred in Camlan and the resting place of Avalon. Item 43. Paladin Roland. Source: ChatGPT. The Paladin Roland is a revered heroic figure in French literature and legend. He is the protagonist of Chanson de Roland, an epic poem that recounts the Carolingian period. The following is some basic information about Paladin Roland. Carolingians. Roland's story takes place during the Carolingians, a historical period in medieval Europe that was part of Charlemagne's empire. Song of Roland. This is an epic poem narrating the battle between the Frankish king Charlemagne and the Moors, Muslims in Spain. Roland was one of the generals of the Frankish army. Battle of Tunisia. The climax of the story occurred after the Frankish army fought a fierce battle in Spain. Roland and his troops encountered a Moorish surprise attack in the Rhône Gorge, Roncevaux Pass, in Tunisia. Heroic death. During the battle, Roland was unwilling to blow the trumpet to call for help, and eventually died heroically in a fierce battle with the enemy. Symbol of bravery. Roland's story became a symbol of chivalry and heroism in medieval Europe, and he was given the heroic image of Death of Tunisia. Influence in literature and art. The Song of Roland became one of the epic poems of the Middle Ages and was adapted into many different versions of the story, even reflected in later literary, musical, and artistic works. Overall, the story of the Paladin Roland holds a special place in medieval French literature, as he became a representative of valor and loyalty and one of the important figures in French culture. Source: Wikipedia. Roland, Frankish, Vroadland, 736 August 14, 778, was a Frankish military leader under Charlemagne and a major figure in the French epic Carolingian tales. Historically, Roland was a military governor stationed on the border of Brittany, resisting the attack of the Brittany on behalf of the Frankish kingdom. The only historical record mentioning him is the Life of Charlemagne written by Einhard, which records that he died at the Battle of Roncesvalles Pass on the Iberian Peninsula as the commander of the Frankish kingdom's rear guard. Officer, killed by the Basques in battle. The story of Roland's death at the Battle of the Pass of Roncesvalles went through many embellishments in later medieval and Renaissance literature. Eventually, Roland became Charlemagne's chief paladin and became a central figure in the legend surrounding Charlemagne, collectively known as the Carolingian cycle. Among these epics, the earliest and most famous is the 11th-century-old French epic Song of Roland. Two subsequent works that appeared during the Italian Renaissance, Mad Roland and Roland in Love, are even more deviant from history than the earlier Song of Roland. In both works, Roland possesses the sword Durendal, the warhorse Wielandave, and the ivory horn. Item 44. The Louvre. Source: ChatGPT. The Louvre is a world-famous art museum located in Paris, France. It is also one of the largest and most influential art museums in the world. Here is some basic information about the Louvre Museum. History: the Louvre was originally a royal palace and was built in the 12th century. At different times in history, it was the royal palace of French kings and also the palace of Napoleon. Art collection: the Louvre houses millions of art and artifacts, including paintings, sculptures, ancient artifacts, decorative arts, and more. Its collections cover almost everything from ancient civilizations to modern art. Mona Lisa. One of the most famous artworks in the Louvre is Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, which is considered one of the most valuable and mysterious paintings in the world. Pyramid. The Louvre's glass pyramid was designed by American architect I.M. Pei and completed in 1989. It has become one of the museum's landmark buildings. Number of visitors. The Louvre is one of the most visited art museums in the world, attracting millions of visitors every year. Cultural activities. In addition to exhibiting its permanent collection, the Louvre also hosts a variety of temporary exhibitions, lectures, and cultural activities, making it a comprehensive arts and cultural center. World influence. The influence of the Louvre goes far beyond the borders of France. It is considered a world cultural heritage and one of the important resources for world art history research. The Louvre is a temple of art and culture and an important symbol of French culture, attracting art lovers and tourists from all over the world. Source: Wikipedia. The Louvre, French, Musée du Louvre, officially known as the Louvre Museum, is located on the Seine River in the center of Paris, France. It was originally a royal palace built from the end of the 12th to the beginning of the 13th century. It is now a comprehensive museum and one of the largest museums in the world. One of the largest art museums, and the most visited, it is the most recognized landmark in the center of Paris. The Louvre Museum was first built around 1190 and has been expanded many times in modern times. What we see today is a huge complex of wings and pavilions, with a total area of more than 60,600 square meters. 652,000 square feet. The permanent collection in the museum includes 7 categories: sculptures, paintings, arts and crafts, ancient Oriental, ancient Egypt, and ancient Greece and Rome. It mainly collects artworks and archaeological relics before 1860. The Louvre Museum opened in 1793. It has been officially open to the public since its opening on August 10, 2018. An average of 15,000 tourists visit here every day, 65% of which are foreign tourists. The Louvre Museum is located in the Louvre Museum in the center of Paris, on the right bank of the Seine River, adjacent to the Tuileries Garden. The two closest metro stations are Palais Royal Louvre and Louvre Rivoli, the former of which has direct underground access to the underground shopping mall Carrousel du Louvre. Before major renovations in the late 1980s and 1990s, the Louvre had several street entrances, most of which have been permanently closed. Since 1993, the main entrance of the museum has been located in the underground space under the Pyramid of Place Napoleon, where visitors can access the passage from the pyramid itself, via a spiral staircase, to the museum. Museum visiting hours have changed over time. Since its opening in the 18th century, only artists and tourists from abroad have had the privilege to visit, a privilege that disappeared in the 1850s. When the museum first opened in 1793, the new French Republican calendar specified 10-day weeks, French, decades, of which the first 6 days were for visits by artists and foreigners, the last 3 days were for visits by generals, and the public could only visit at the end. After the restoration of the 7-day week in the early 1800s, the public only had 4 hours per week to visit the Louvre, and on Saturdays and Sundays it was reduced to 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. A new rule from 1824 allowed the public to visit on Sundays and holidays, however on other days it was open only to artists and foreign visitors. This situation only changed in 1855, when the museum was open to the public all day except Mondays. It was open free of charge until 1922. Since 1946, the Louvre has been open to visitors except for Tuesdays and special holidays. Cameras and video recorders are allowed inside, but flashes are prohibited. Item 45. Roncevaux Pass. Source: ChatGPT. Roncevaux Pass, also known as Roncevaux Gorge, is an important location on the border between Spain and France and a famous battlefield in history. Here is some basic information about Roland's Gap. Geographical location: the Roland Gap is located between the naval region of Spain and the Aquitaine region of France. It is an important point at the junction of the two countries. Historical background: an important battle took place at Roland's Pass in history, namely the Battle of Roncevaux Pass, which took place in 778 AD. Battle: this battle involved a conflict between the Frankish army led by Charlemagne and the local Basques. In this battle, the Frankish army was attacked by the Basques while crossing the valley, resulting in heavy losses to the Frankish army. Song of Roland: the battle at Roland's Gap became an important plot in Song of Roland, an epic that tells the story of Roland, the lord of the Frankish kingdom, and his Knights of the Round Table. Literary influence: the Battle of Roland's Gap became an important theme in medieval literature and became part of Frankish legend. Although the historical details of the Battle of Roland's Gap may be somewhat exaggerated and legendary in later accounts, it is still considered an important event in medieval European history and has become one of the sources of inspiration for literary works and legends. Source: Wikipedia. The Roland Gap is a natural gap in the Pyrenees Mountains, located on the border between France and Spain, in the Ordesa and Monte Perdido National Park. Altitude 2,804 meters above sea level. Item 46. Global Sword Rankings. Source: Daily Headlines. There are 6 giant swords in the world. In terms of length or weight, they are all considered the best among cold weapons. Among these 6 giant swords, Chinese swords rank in the top 3. The Liu Chan sword is nearly 3 meters long, the longest sword is 21 meters and weighs 3.8 tons, and the Guangong sword is 70 meters and weighs 136 tons. It is really awesome and unparalleled in the world. 6th, Kramer's long sword, a type of European cross sword, usually 1.5 to 2 meters in length and in the shape of a cross. Because the sword body is long, Kramer's long sword is often equipped with a balanced blade at the rear end of the hilt. Spherical ornament. The Kramer sword is very powerful and is suitable for melee combat with enemy heavy infantry. 5th, Teutonic sword, a kind of European cross sword, is relatively famous and popular in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland from the 15th to the 17th century. The length is between 1.8 to 2 meters, so people without height and long arms cannot dance. The Teutonic sword had 2 bladed twigs protruding from the blade, sometimes with serrations, which could cut through enemy armor. 4th, Otaki, also known as Notaki, is a Japanese fighting sword. Since Japan entered the Kamakura period, political power has been controlled by samurai. For samurai, the most worthy of boasting is their courage and strong strength. Therefore, they always carry large and long otaki on the battlefield to show their power. At that time, there were many otaki swords exceeding 5 feet, and according to Japanese documents, the longest otaki was 9 feet, 3 inches. The longest preserved Otaki sword is 7 feet 4 inches and 2 minutes long. Third, Zhenshan sword, because it was made by Liu Chan, so it is also called Liu Chan sword. A famous sword during the Three Kingdoms period, it was called the best sword in the world and was also called the longest sword in the world. In the second year of Yangzi, AD 239, Liu Chan, the Empress of Shu, built a huge sword in Jiangkou Mountain, 1 foot and 2 feet long, which was used to suppress Jiangkou Mountain, hence the name Mountain Zhenjian. According to historical records, this is said to be often when people see the light, they don't get what they ask for. 1 foot in the Three Kingdoms is equal to 24.1 centimeters, 1 foot and 2 feet, equivalent to 2.892 m today, nearly 3 meters. It is indeed a very short sword, but some people are already dissatisfied with the fact that it is the longest sword in the world. Second, Fengcheng Giant Sword. This sword is forged from bronze alloy and is located in Fengcheng, known as Jianyi and Jiancheng. Built in December 2008, the sword is 21 meters long and weighs 3.8 tons. It is placed on a 29-meter-long sword platform. From a distance, it makes people suspect it is a magic weapon. Although this sword appears in the hands of modern people and has only an ornamental function, it is still a sword anyway. For now, this sword should be the longest and heaviest sword in the world, but it is not the longest and heaviest weapon, because there are more powerful ones. First, Jingzhou Guangongdao. This knife is made of pure copper and is located in Guangong Yaiwan, Jingzhou, Hebei. Here stands a statue of Guangong, with a clear height of 48 meters and a base of 58 meters, with a total weight of more than 1,200 tons and more than 4,000 pieces of pure bronze on the outside. The sword in Guangong's hand is 70 meters long and weighs 136 tons. It is currently the longest and heaviest sword in the world, and it is definitely the best sword in the world. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong's Ruyi Golden Cudgel weighs 13,500 kilograms. This book was written in the Ming Dynasty. 1 kilogram in the Ming Dynasty was equal to 596.82 grams. 13,600 kilograms is equivalent to 16,233.5 kilograms today, or 8.1 tons. Jingzhou Guangong's sword weighs 136 tons, which is 17 times that of Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. It can really be called a magic weapon. Item 47. Laser Detection Technology. Source: ChatGPT. Laser detection technology is a technology that uses laser to measure and detect the characteristics or distance of target objects. It achieves precise measurement of targets by emitting laser pulses and measuring their return times. Here is some basic information about laser detection technology. Working principle. Emit laser pulses. The laser emits a highly focused laser pulse. Receive return signal. The laser beam will shine on the target surface, and part of the laser light will be reflected back. Calculate the time difference. By measuring the time difference between the emission and return of the laser pulse, the round-trip time of the laser light can be calculated to determine the distance to the target. Application areas. Ranging and measurement. Laser rangefinders are widely used to measure the distance and size of buildings, terrain, mechanical parts, etc. Three-dimensional scanning. Laser scanners can generate three-dimensional models of target objects and are commonly used in fields such as architecture, archaeology, and engineering. Obstacle detection. In driverless, robotic and automated systems, laser detection can be used to detect and avoid obstacles. Medical imaging. In medical imaging, lasers can be used to generate high-resolution images, such as ophthalmic laser scans. Advantage. High accuracy. Laser detection technology enables very precise distance measurements. High-speed measurement. Laser pulses propagate extremely fast and measurements can be completed in a short time. Non-contact. Compared with some traditional measurement methods, laser detection does not require direct contact with the target object, avoiding damage or interference. Technological development. LiDAR. LiDAR technology can be used to quickly scan large areas, and is widely used in map production, environmental monitoring, and other fields. Optical coherence tomography, OCT, used in medical imaging. It can image inside the living body with high resolution. Laser detection technology is widely used in science, engineering, medicine, and other fields. It provides efficient and accurate solutions for measurement and detection tasks in many fields. Source: Baidu Encyclopedia. The function of the laser detection system is to change the received laser signal into an electrical signal, that is to say, convert optical information into electrical information, and obtain different information and achieve detection purposes through different information processing methods. Laser detection technology is divided into two types: direct detection and heterodyne detection according to the detector method. According to the detector method, it can be divided into unit detection and multi-element array detection. Conclusion: it's a pity that we don't have the technology to create famous swords and swords now.